Hey everybody, it's me, Melody. Welcome to my stream. If you haven't already, please hit the like, subscribe, and share button. Now, today for me is a special interview because I've been wanting to interview this person for a very, very long time. You guys know who it is. He needs no introduction in the space. He has great books that he's written, so I'm going to bring him up right now. Hi, ARC. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate you for this. Are you ready to answer some questions?
As long as you don't ask me no questions like you did Sister George and Concrete Rose, man, you're throwing haymakers at them all night.
I know. No, I got you. I got you. Don't worry. I got some great questions for you. So let's jump right into it.
Okay.
Okay, so my first question for you is, what made you change from the bachelor life to the traditional husband-father role? And what made you wait until this stage in your life, in your 50s?
Good question. Yeah, I always knew I wanted to be a father. So the fatherhood part was always in my plan. And yeah, the older I got, once I advanced from my 20s to my 30s, and then from my 30s to my 40s, and then from my 40s to my 50s, I was almost aching to be a father.
When you were in by the time you were in your 50s, or when you were younger as well?
Well, actually, the closest I came to being a father before now was actually when I was in college. I was in a relationship with a young lady, and I actually did get her pregnant, but she was scared. She didn't want to drop out of school. And honestly, neither did I. So she decided, unfortunately, well, I ain't gonna say unfortunately, because some people are pro-choice. She decided to have an abortion, and I can't put all the blame on her because I didn't encourage her to have an abortion, but at the same time, I didn't necessarily discourage her either.
Right. So you kind of wanted to have it as well, pretty much.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily. The part of me that was for it is that I didn't want to drop out of school and have to get a job and basically become a real adult at the age of 20 years old.
Right.
So in that sense, I didn't discourage her, but it wasn't like I was like rooting her on either to get an abortion, because I just had a lot of issues with the whole concept of an abortion. But anyway, that would have been, if she would have proceeded with that birth, I would have already had a son or daughter. My son or daughter would have been born roughly in, I think, October, November of 1983. So they would have been like 38 right now.
Wow. So you would have had an older, grown kid right now.
Yeah, I would have had an older grown kid.
And
But
yeah.
after that, I knew that I didn't want to have a baby with just any old chick, that I met at like a nightclub or something.
Right.
I wanted it to be with a woman that, I genuinely cared for. And then when I met my wife, after I vetted her for a few months, I felt like she was the one to be the mother of my children. So again, I would say of the two, I've been enthusiastic about fatherhood for probably the last 2 decades. Now, marriage, I did have, a lot of mixed feelings about the idea of marriage. Mainly, a lot of it had to do with me more so than just the concept of marriage itself, because a lot of women I've met in my life, I just really didn't enjoy being around them non-sexually. I only wanted to be around them. Can I curse on your channel or no?
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I only want to be around them to fuck. And so I wasn't really that enthusiastic about being around a woman like every day and every week and every month, non-sexually. So if nothing else, that aspect didn't really turn me on about getting married. Plus, when I was younger, I definitely wasn't trying. Like when I was in my 20s, 30s, even a lot of my 40s, I just had too many womanizing tendencies, you know. So I was like,
Yeah.
I ain't trying to settle down with no one woman. But so far, marriage has been good. I just did my very last video was about my thoughts on my first year of marriage, and at this point, I would say I have no complaints. I think my age is very conducive to why I enjoy marriage.
Right. It's time to settle down. And by the way, your wife is gorgeous.
Thank you.
Good job picking her. Yeah, she's really pretty. She's young. Your son is so cute. I love seeing pictures of him. So, congratulations on that. You did a really good job.
Well, much appreciated, Miss Melody. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you're a good father. So, it's good you waited because sometimes when a guy have a baby too young, he don't know how to be a father.
True.
So,
I
yeah.
wouldn't have known how to be if I, yeah. Like I said, with my college sweetheart, if I wouldn't have became a father at the age of 20, I wouldn't have known what the hell I was doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably would have had to learn quick, but I mean, yeah, that would have been a major challenge for me.
Right. But it probably would have came natural. Like after a while, after a couple of diaper changes and, stuff like that, you would have got the hang of it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
good job waiting. Okay, so I'm going to get to the next question. Which do you love more, being a husband, being a father, or do you love both roles equally?
I would say both equally. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Definitely love being a father. I mean, again, it's been a goal of mine for a long time. And on the husband thing, that's the part I would say I thought years ago I wouldn't like, but I enjoy it. I enjoy being a family man. Like we just went on a family vacation a couple weeks
Oh,
ago, and we went down south, checked out
nice.
my mom's peak because my wife, my wife mom lives down south, and yeah, so that's because she grew up in she was born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
But when I met her, she was actually living in Atlanta, and yeah, it was just family life agrees with me very much. So again, I was almost surprised how much being a husband would agree with me.
So, what do you like most about being a husband? Like, what's your favorite part?
Just like me, I can name so many things. Like one thing, this is gonna sound silly, is when me, my wife, and my son are just in bed, and me and my wife, like, say, watching a movie, and he's in between us,
Oh,
he's talking that baby talk,
yeah.
and yeah, yeah, just like when we just traveled on the plane together, it was me, my wife, and my son, and it was just real cool. It was just, yeah, yeah. I loved it. I loved it. I love everything about the family structure, having me, a
Mm-hmm.
wife, and a son. Because I was saying on a recent video, being married and having a son, I now have the utmost of respect for both either single fathers who have raised a child, particularly more specifically, child that's roughly 6 years of age or younger, and single moms. Because me and my wife talk about all the time, man. It is no way I can be raising my son Caden by myself, and same with her. And she don't even work. So so you got a lot of women out here who work and men who work and raise a child too by themselves. I don't know how they do that stuff, man. Because like me and my wife, we work from home, And you know, she spends at this age, she spends most of the time with my son.
Right.
And yeah, it's. I mean, you know, your child just needs so much attention at this age, and
Mhm.
so I'm glad I don't have to put them in no daycare center and hire no nanny or anything like that. But
Exactly. You can't
yeah,
trust
there's so many little things I like about the family structure. To answer your question more directly.
exactly. So you guys pretty much are living that traditional old fashioned way where she's the stay at home mom, you're out working, getting the money, she's cooking, she's cleaning, she's doing all those roles.
Yeah, you can say that. Well, it's not totally traditional because you use the word out making that money. I mean, I do 95% of my work from the crib. So, like,
Yeah, but
since the
you know,
pandemic, I haven't really done any major speaking engagements.
mhm,
Last speaking engagement I did was in October of 2018. That was an event called the 21 Convention. And I haven't really been doing my one-on-one face-to-face coaching sessions
right,
with the pandemic like I used to. So yeah, man, me and my wife, we at the crib most of the time.
right. So
Yeah,
she got herself a high. Do you consider yourself a high value man?
I'm not into that terminology. I know that's the buzzword nowadays.
Right, but you don't
Uh,
cons. Okay,
I don't put that label on myself.
right. All right. Well, what type of birth control did you use? To avoid having kids all these years.
What type of?
Sorry, had to ask.
You know, it's wild. I went to my 20-year high school reunion,
Hmm.
and it's been a while now because I'm 58 now. That happened when I was around 38, so that was about 20 years ago. But for about an hour of my 20-year high school reunion, I was like the talk of my reunion among my female classmates. Because related
Hmm.
to your early question about marriage and fatherhood, like all my female classmates, they weren't so much in disbelief that I hadn't been married at that point. That maybe threw just a couple women for a loop that I hadn't been married. But the fact that I didn't have no kids, oh man, yeah, my female classmates was tripping. They was like, Alan ain't got no kids? You ain't got no kids, Alan?
Right.
Damn, how you pull that off? Because in so many words, they was basically like, we know you, Alan. We know how much you love pussy. And
Hmm.
most guys who love pussy, they just like slip up and get somebody pregnant. And they was like, you must have a hell of a pullout game or something, because dang, how did you pull that off? Now, I had a couple of close calls, you could say, because I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't always strapped up in some of my sexual escapades in my younger years. You know, my brother used to actually admonish me about that because I would say of all the casual sex I had when I was younger, I would say no less than 1/4 of the time it was raw dog.
Mm.
And but I knock on wood, I've never had a STD, not once in my life. And the only unexpected pregnancy I had was with my college sweetheart. That was
Yeah, the one you
unexpected.
said.
Yeah,
Right.
but other than her, I never had an unexpected pregnancy.
Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering, a man like you, you're handsome. You seem like a ladies' man. How do you pull that off? Because I know the guys like you, the handsome ones that the ladies like, they at least have one or two kids by now.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
no kids whatsoever. Now I had a few women try to trick me into thinking I had gotten them pregnant. So that was
oh,
interesting. I had probably about 3 or 4 incidences where women tried to, come to me like, Alan, I missed my period. I think you got me pregnant, but they were all false alarms. And then similarly, Me and my wife just talked about this recently. I had about a half a dozen women that actually asked me to be their baby daddy. They wanted me to basically be what's known as a sperm donor.
Interesting. Can you give me some examples of that? Like,
Well,
what?
I tell
what?
you honestly, and you as a woman might know this yourself, but if there's at least one specific age group where a lot of women will look for sperm donors, is women who are between roughly, I'd say roughly 35 and 39, who
Mhm.
don't see any prospects of them getting married. They're like currently not in a long-term relationship. They don't feel like they're close to marriage, but they very much want to have children. And they feel like their biological clock is about to expire. So pretty much all the women who asked me to be a sperm donor and be basically a baby daddy was women that were no younger than 35 and no older than 39. They were all between 35 and 39.
So these were older women.
Two of the women actually, I had I think six women who asked me for that. Two of the women when I respectfully declined, they actually start crying. I mean, like they was crying, and I felt bad because I could tell by the fact that they was crying that they really wanted me very badly um, to be their sperm donor. But I was like, no, I don't want to father a child and then not actively be in their life on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. I didn't, because what they wanted to do was have me again just impregnate them, but they would basically become a single mom. They said they weren't going to obligate me to child support, although that's not their decision.
Mhm. Wait,
You know, I
wait.
won't
So
tell
they
you that, but unless y'all got some kind of really contract signed with the presence of two attorneys, that never holds up.
right. That's what I was gonna ask. Did they make you sign? Did they want you to sign like some kind of contract or
Yeah,
a piece
well,
of?
at least half of them did. Three of the six said they was going to have me sign. They was going to draw up a contract with an attorney that would basically not obligate me for child. Because the women who asked me, these weren't no broke women. These were women. Some of them were making like easily six figures, and the women who weren't making six figures were making high five figures. They were professional women, college educated, professional type women living in
Mhm.
nice houses. They just didn't have no man. I
Yeah.
mean, it was weird. Well, two of the six are now married, so they did ultimately find someone. And out of the two that got two of the six did eventually get married, and one of those two actually did end up having a child with her husband, even though she was older. She was about 39 or 40 when she
Like,
ended up having her son with her now husband. So it worked out in the long run for at least one of them. And as far as marriage, it worked out for another one. But the other four, to this day, they still single. No kids.
yeah. So they probably hate you for that, for not becoming their baby daddy. I mean,
Yeah. So there you go.
okay. Well, I saw you did a recent video about the infamous pills, and a lot of men in the manosphere believe that you're now purple pill because you're married, right?
Yeah,
And
I've
you
heard
have a
that quite a
family.
bit.
Yeah. So, what pill do you consider yourself to be?
Still red pill.
Still red
Yeah,
pill? How's that?
I'm not one of those brothers, and I've said it multiple times on my YouTube channel. I don't buy into this belief that there's quite a few guys, not just even black guys, but even a lot of white guys in the worldwide manosphere that believe that once you get engaged or once you get married, that that disqualifies you from being red pill and you're automatically uh, purple pill, and it's bullshit. Because here's when I would be purple pill. If I had all the videos I have, all the books I have,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden after I got engaged and subsequently got married, I start changing up shit. For example, I start saying, hey guys, stop pursuing women for casual sex. Just concentrate on finding your wife. That's what you do. And I start saying, hey man, don't listen to my books like Ooh Said Again, which is all about, just having some casual orgasms with women, man. You need to be focused on finding your soulmate. See, if I was doing stuff like that, that's when I would legitimately warrant the criticism or label of purple pill. A purple pill guy is a guy that starts off blue pill, gains a lot of red pill knowledge, wisdom, and insight. But then when he meets the one, that special woman, I'll give you a perfect example. You wouldn't be familiar with this guy, but there's a white guy who's well known, named, now I'm forgetting his name. He wrote this book called They Serve Beer in Hell. Tucker Max. Yeah, that's his name. Tucker Max. Tucker Max to me would be somebody who's purple pill. Another guy that's well known in the worldwide manosphere, Rouge V, purple pill. Both of them did 180s in terms of the advice they gave, their perspective on dating relationships. They did 180s. Like Rouge V, he became a born again Christian. So he now totally speaks out against casual sex. Tucker Max, he's all about telling guys to find a long-term girlfriend and get married. I ain't done none of that. I always tell people I've never exclusively encouraged all heterosexual men to get married, and I've never exclusively discouraged men from getting married. It's a choice. Not all men. Marriage ain't gonna benefit all men, but some men, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, because I have heard a lot of guys call you a hypocrite, and I'm just like, well, does that make them a hypocrite? Because you still promote mode one, you still promote all of that. So I don't know if that would make you a hypocrite.
No. Here's what would make me a hypocrite is if at one point when I was a womanizing bachelor, I had said to guys, never, ever get married. Now, there is somebody well known, but rest his soul, he's passed away, who would be in that category. You familiar with this comedian named Patrice O'Neal?
I've heard of him, yes.
See, Patrice O'Neal, he would be a good example of somebody who did that. He had a number of interviews and podcasts, even comedic bits, where he specifically told men, never, ever, ever get married. I listened to one just about a month ago. The whole podcast of his where he was telling the listeners of this podcast, he said, never, ever get married. But then in 2011, which is the year he died, he actually got engaged. He was set to be married in December of 2011, but he ended up passing away due to complications related to type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure. Mm-hmm. But see, he would be somebody, and I have a lot of love and respect, so I'm not trying to disparage him, but he would be somebody that people could legitimately say, oh, he contradicted himself, or he's a hypocrite. Because he was telling us never get married. Because I actually interviewed his fiance on my Blog Talk radio show a few months, not right after he passed, it was probably a few years later. But see, I never did that. Now, the one book of mine that a lot of guys thought or assumed I had that attitude was my book, The Beta Male Revolution, because the subtitle of that book is The Beta Male Revolution, Why Many Men in Today's are losing interest in marriage in today's society. So if nothing else, because of the subtitle and some of the contents of the book, some guys assumed that I was a anti-marriage guy, but I've never been anti-marriage. I've always recognized that marriage comes with a certain set of risk, and I point that out in that book, The Beta Male Revolution. So that's why, and I say in that book, marriage ain't for everybody. But the reality is, I always say repeatedly, there's no lifestyle that's for everybody. Anybody I hear on YouTube that tries to suggest that this lifestyle or this lifestyle would be beneficial and conducive for all heterosexual men, they're a damn lie. For example, anybody that tries to say marriage would be beneficial and conducive for all heterosexual men, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. On the flip side, anybody who says being a womanizing bachelor for the rest of your life permanently and never ever being in a long-term relationship or marriage, they're damn lie too.
Right.
They're damn lie too.
I
So
agree.
there ain't no one type of relationship lifestyle that you could say is conducive for all men.
Right. It's whatever fits your lifestyle.
Exactly.
So yeah, I don't know. I never understood why they said that. But also a lot of men in the manosphere has criticized you for admitting to having sex with a lot of married women or a lot of women with boyfriends. Do you regret having sex with those women now that you're older?
Kind of almost, my best answer would be yes and no. Yes,
Okay, why is that?
because here's why I stopped. Well, obviously, I stopped at around the age of 38, and that was due to um, some regrets. Well, it was actually one incident that I don't really want to. I've talked about a handful of times on people's live streams before,
No,
but
go ahead. Make yourself comfortable. You
I
can
don't really,
open.
because it just leads into other discussions. But well, let's just say I had a brother unexpectedly pull a piece on me once related to
Oh
that.
my God.
Yeah. And then my brother was like, dude, he was like, bro, you go get killed out here, man. Quit fucking
Um,
other dudes' wives, fiancés, and girlfriends, man. And but yeah, I did that between starting with the age of 17 all the way up into about 37. There's about roughly 40 women I fucked that were either married, engaged to be married, or had a long-term boyfriend at the time.
right.
And then around the age of 38, which for me would have been 2001, that's when I stopped. And
What made you stop? Because he pulled it out on you?
no, not just because of that singular incident, because I mean, I believe it or not, as much beef as I had with members of my own gender, I felt bad for disrespecting my gender like that. Because a lot of these guys, I felt bad for the guys who just didn't know, who were just genuinely probably good guys, and they just naively did not know that I was banging their wife, fiance, or girlfriend. And I was like, damn, instead of banging these dudes, women, I need to be teaching these dudes how to identify the signs of a cheating ass wife, cheating ass fiance, and a cheating ass girlfriend. And that
Right.
can, so this leads me into the part where I would say I don't necessarily regret it, because see, me, one concept I talk about a lot in my books, my videos, is the concept of sexual duplicity. And I think most the men and women in your chat room know what that means, but for the small percentage that might not, when a woman is sexually duplicitous, that simply means that she'll publicly always present herself as the innocent, wholesome, prudish, strictly monogamy oriented, relationship oriented good girl. But behind closed doors, she's indulging in multiple episodes of both casual sex as well as adulterous sex or unfaithful sex. That would
Right.
be a sexually duplicitous woman. And see, me messing around with women who were married, engaged to be married, or had boyfriends, it allowed me to examine sexual duplicity up close. See, because here's why I'm gonna criticize some guys in the manosphere, more specifically the black manosphere. I hear a lot of guys that are trying to act like they know what they're talking about when they talk about sexual duplicity, but they really don't. They're going by what they heard, what they read. That don't mean shit to me. That don't
Right.
mean shit. Because I'm just putting it in blunt terms. If you haven't fucked at least 2 or 3 women that were married, engaged to be married, or had a long-term boyfriend, then you really haven't experienced sexual duplicity up close. Yo, so if you're talking about it a lot on your podcast and live stream, you're just talking about based on what you heard, what you read, but you ain't actually seen it with your own fucking eyes. I've seen it up close. the sexually duplicitous nature of women. Probably the number one book that tackles that. I touch on it in a lot of my books, but the main book would be Ooh, Say It Again, is where I talk about women's sexually duplicitous nature. And yeah, you know, I'll say this, women are masterful cheaters. See, a lot of men think that they're masterful cheaters, and there's probably a small percentage that are, but most men are sloppy when it comes to cheating.
So you're saying women are...
Wait, you went out. I couldn't hear you. You went out.
I'm sorry. I said you're saying women are better cheaters than men.
Oh, much more clever and strategic.
Okay.
5 times more clever and strategic than the average man is. Yeah. At least from my experiences, I would definitely say so. The women who cheated with me, they were clever and they were strategic. They weren't nothing about their cheat. Here, I give you one example. I've talked about this before on my channel. You know, there's a saying that goes, the best way to hide something is in plain sight. I've had women who were cheating with me that would actually introduce me to their husband, fiance, or boyfriend.
Oh, like as the cousin or as the friend?
They would say, you know, I went to school with Alan, or I used to work with Alan. And yeah, you know, I would actually shake these dudes' hands and shit. And they would just, you know, present me like I was this innocent platonic friend.
Right. Have you ever been introduced as the cousin?
No, I've never been introduced as a cousin.
Okay.
It was usually either just like a current or former neighbor, a current or former coworker, or a former current or former classmate.
Right. And would they actually take you out to have lunch with their husbands and get to know them? Or did they just introduce you and that's it and move on?
Who is this brother? I'm trying not to pay attention to the chat room, but you got at least one brother in here that's just hating on.
All right, let's address him. What's his name? I'll pull it up.
Village arsonist.
Oh, he said this nagagger. I'm not gonna say that word, but yeah, I see it. What else was he saying? Let me see.
Yeah, I just caught that comment. He said, "Y'all respect this dude." I mean, but here's my thing. This is what trips me out about YouTube. If you don't like a motherfucker, why would you even go to their one-on-one interview? that like blows my mind. And I don't want to get sidetracked from my discussion, but I like, if there's somewhere on YouTube that I don't care for, the last place I'm gonna be is somebody doing a one-on-one interview with that motherfucker. Yeah. I don't like you. I don't want to listen to you talk. I don't want to look at you. I don't want to listen to you. I don't want nothing to do with your ass.
Right. Well,
you know, I ain't telling you to kick them out. I ain't saying you got to necessarily ban them or nothing like that. But it just blows my mind that a lot of these young brothers, they'll go to live streams knowing that there's a person in that live stream that they don't like. I've never been that type of dude. The only time, the one exception would be is if that person I don't like is bringing up my name. Now that would be my one exception. If somebody's doing a live stream and I don't like him and he happens to mention my name, or I know he's very recently mentioned my name, yeah, I might go, you know, to talk shit to him for mentioning my name. But if the person ain't mentioned my name, I ain't gonna go listen to no one-on-one interview of a motherfucker that I don't like. That's some goofy ass shit.
Well, I do see a lot of guys in the chat saying you're purple pill as F. Yeah, so
that's their opinion, man. I try not to argue with people opinions, but you know, everybody got their opinions. Whatever. Anyway, going back to what were we talking about before I got sidetracked?
Honestly, I forgot. You were telling your story. Oh yeah, you were telling your story about how the women.
Oh, I was gonna say. You asked me. You said we were talking about. I made the assertion that women are much clever and more strategic cheaters than men. And you said, like, you asked me. You said, have you ever had a woman who was cheating on her man with you take you out to dinner with her husband, fiance, boyfriend? Right. One of my most notorious stories. One time, I actually was at a woman who was cheating on a man with me. And he was upstairs preparing dinner, and she was down in the basement trying to suck my dick.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. And believe it or not, as kinky as I am, I was the one who was trying to stop her. I was basically like, what are you doing? And she kept unzipping my pants. She was like, I want you. I want you in my mouth. I want you. And I was like, I kept gesturing like, your husband's right upstairs. And she was like, I don't care. I don't care.
Oh my God.
And so that more than any other single example I can give you, that would probably for me, if that's not at the top, that would be no lower than my number 2, number 3 most scandalous thing I've experienced with a woman who was cheating on her man. Yeah, this woman was sucking my dick while her husband was upstairs preparing dinner for us.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised he even let you guys be alone in a room with each other. That's
Yeah,
something.
she said we were talking about something, some art pieces or something he had, and he was one who suggested. He said, "Baby, take Alan downstairs and show him blah 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 blah." And she said, "Oh yeah, let me show you." And I guess he had no reason not to trust me because in his eyes, he saw me as harmless.
Right.
You know, he saw me as harmless because she had introduced me to him. And see, that's the type of shit. Once I got to the age of 38, I couldn't tolerate no more. I was like, nah, I can't do that no more. I can't be shaking a motherfucker's hand knowing I'm fucking that bitch. That's just like all wrong on all levels and shit.
So wait, ARC, did you play the nerdy role? Like, did you act like you were just this innocent nerdy guy when you came around these women's husbands?
I wouldn't say I would act nerdy, but I definitely would give a vibe like I wasn't fucking the dude's woman, you know.
Right.
And now there were sometimes though. This is going to briefly take me back to the story I didn't really want to talk about. But see,
okay,
here's when I would be honest with dudes. If I'm fucking your woman and you got the nerve to talk shit to me, oh, my nigga side was going to come out. You know, most brothers, I ain't going to say all. There's some guys that probably don't have a nigga side. But most of my close friends, we got our, like, what I would call our middle class cordial side, and then we got our nigga side. And when I get into too many details, I had one instance where a dude, he was talking shit to me. And then in the process of talking shit to me, he said, if I didn't know any better, I could have swore I would think you fuck. They had broken up at this point. They weren't still together. They had recently broken up. He said, I would think you was fucking my girl behind my back. Because I was pissed. I looked him dead in his eye. I said, you goddamn right I was. I was tearing that pussy up.
Oh my God, you snitched?
I said I was tearing that motherfucking pussy up, and I didn't know he was packing. And he was packing behind in his pants, and he pulled out a piece. And he said, say that shit again, nigga. Say that shit again. Say that shit again. And it was him and a handful of his boys. I had at least 3 of my boys. And it was like this standoff. And I ain't gonna lie, as I've told the story before, inside, I ain't gonna lie, I was scared than a motherfucker. I was like, shit, this nigga about to keep crazy, probably crazy enough to kill me over this shit. But externally, if you know anything about men, we don't like to look like we being punked. So externally, I was hard than a motherfucker. I looked at this, I said, nigga, do what you gotta do. If you taking this serious, I said, nigga, do what you gotta do. And then at that point, his boys grabbed him. They quickly grabbed him one day. It was like, man, why you tripping, man? Get out of here, man. You ain't even with the bitch no more, man. What you tripping off for? Blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, you could say cooler heads prevailed. But so I brought that up to say that most of the time, yeah, I was discreet about the women, but there was at least a handful of guys whose woman I fucked, it was dudes that I knew, if only socially, and they would in their own way talk shit to me. And see, you should know, people should know from YouTube, I'm not one to be talked shit to. I don't give a fuck who you are. If somebody talks shit to me, particularly in person, face to face, I'm gonna come back on you like a motherfucker. I don't care. So that's when I'm gonna be bold enough to say, hell yeah, motherfucker, I fucked your wife, motherfucker. Shit, don't talk your shit to me.
I have a question for you. So, have any of these men ever approached you while they were still in a relationship where you had to say, "Yeah, I fucked your girl," and then that made them break up?
No, no,
Okay.
no, no.
Yeah,
That
because
never
that would
happened.
be kind of messed up,
Mm-mm.
you know?
Matter of fact, I talked about that on Bernard because Bernard asked me one time. I think one of the first times I was on Bernard's live stream because we briefly got on this issue, and he I think it's either him or Sidian. No, somebody had said that I did. They didn't ask me. They just assumed. They said something to the effect, I bet ARC has caused divorces or caused couples to break up.
That's what I have.
I said, no, not to my knowledge. I said, nope. No, because in most cases, the dude didn't know. The dude didn't know. And the woman, it wasn't like the women were going to tell. Like that situation I just talked about with the DuPont's piece, while he was actually with the woman, he didn't know. But he obviously suspected it. That's what he made known to me, that even when he was with her, he suspected I was banging this girl, but he didn't know for a fact.
Okay, so did she bring you around all the time, or was it just like once in a blue moon?
None of the women would bring me around their men all the time, but definitely, I've had women that brought me around their men more than once, like minimum 2 times. I think the most I've been around a dude, the most I'd ever been around a dude was the dude who I was in the basement with his wife. I probably was around him like 6 or 7 times.
Yikes. And he never suspected anything.
Nah, he just saw me as a friend. He just saw me as a friend.
You're not right, ARC.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Why have people been able to criticize me about this? Here's where you got to at least give me a little bit of credit about this.
Okay.
Why have people been able to criticize me about this? How would they know this?
Right.
When I first got on YouTube, in like my second, third, no later than my fourth video, I openly admitted that shit. Well, actually, I admitted it even before I came to YouTube. If anybody read my book, The Possibility of Sex, which is one of my popular books, well, all my books have some degree of popularity with the demographic. But I got a book called The Possibility of Sex, which I just rewrote, and it's now called No Free Attention. The first time I admitted it publicly was when I came out with my book, The Possibility of Sex. It's in chapter 9, which was the very last chapter of that book. I was talking about women. I basically talk about women that you should never be in a long-term relationship or a marriage with. And I got 5 chapters in part 2 of that book. And the very last chapter is women who are liars and cheaters and adulterers.
Right.
And so I'm telling guys basically signs to look for that will pretty much, in most cases, let them know that their wife, fiance, or girlfriend is cheating on them. And that was when I admitted in that chapter. I said one of the reasons why I know all the signs is because I fucked dozens of women who were either married, engaged, be married. But also when I first came to YouTube, I said that I had fucked a lot of women, and I went on to say, related to your question, do you regret it or not? I said the part of me that doesn't regret doing that is that I learned a lot about sexual duplicity. And that's why I feel like I'm an excellent dating coach, because I know women inside and out. I know their psychology. I know their tendencies. Right. I know when they'll lean towards getting into a fake marriage, a marriage with a motherfucker that they're really not physically or sexually attracted to. I know when they're gonna do that shit more than the average motherfucker does. But again, at the same time, I also said that the part of me that regretted banging other dudes' women was it was just disrespectful. It was just wrong. I ain't one to try to hide the fact that it was wrong, because I don't really like cheaters, male or female. I don't like men who cheat on their wives, fiancés, or girlfriends. I don't like women who cheat on their husbands, fiancés, or boyfriends. I don't like cheaters, both genders.
Yeah, me neither. Can't stand them. So when the women were cheating on their husbands, did you have some kind of were you upset at them for doing it, or you just didn't care?
Hey, wait. Hold on. I'm trying not to pay attention to the chat room again. But there's a guy in the chat room who's actually a supporter of mine Why did he get timed out for calling me the GOAT?
Okay, listen, mods, please do not time anybody out. Just let them rock. Let's
Yeah.
not do this.
Don't
Yeah.
tell him JFC is one of my most loyal supporters, and I know for a fact he's not in the chat room saying anything disrespectful about me. Matter of fact, I saw the comment that they deleted, and he said ARC is the GOAT. I mean, again, I don't want to spend most of the night going back and forth with the chat room, but if somebody's in here that genuinely doesn't like me, you need to just dismiss yourself. You don't need to be here. You don't
Yes.
need to be here.
I mean, listen, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, so do not time anybody out. Or I'm going to take wrenches if you keep doing that. Okay. I'm sorry. You can continue.
Let's see. I gotta put this out here because somebody already mentioned it right before the show starts, so I'm gonna mention it myself. What was my request to you? A request I've had with at least a couple other female interviewers. Well, I'll go ahead and tell your chat room because I know at least a handful of them already know because I saw somebody put it in the chat room before the show started. But when you asked me, you said, I'm going to interview you. I'm going to ask you X number of questions, and then I'm going to open up to the panel. Do you have any particular requests related to that? I said, I don't want no dudes. I said, I only want women. And you were like, you're kind of, at first you're like, really? Seriously? I said, no, I don't. And half the reason why is because of those. I've dealt with too many haters on YouTube, and I ain't trying to get into no bullshit arguments with no hating ass niggas. You know, so that's why one of my stipulations for this interview was I said when we get through with all the questions and you open it up, I only want to talk to women. Because since I've been on YouTube, I haven't had hardly any. I can't think of not one female hater I've had. And that's been pretty much my history since I've been a book author and dating coach, with the exception when I was on Ask Men for a few years. The site called AskMen.com. But starting with, I say 2007 to now, like 98, 99% of my haters have been men.
Why do you think that is, ARC? Why do you think
I know why it is. I know why it is because I've talked about it a few times on my channel. There's a few reasons. I don't know if I would just limit it to one. But one related to what we talked about, I would say that's a contributing factor. Some men don't like the fact that when I was younger, I used to bang other dudes' women. So you can say that's a contributing factor to it. Some guys don't like the Mode 1 approach because they want to be liars and manipulators with women, and they feel like me talking about Mode 1 makes them feel guilty. I would say that's probably arguably the biggest one. A lot of guys, in the dating coaching game, there's two schools of faction. There's what's known as direct verbal game dating coaches and indirect verbal game dating coaches. Then a third category would be hybrids, guys who kind of employ both schools of thought.
Right.
My nickname in the manosphere is the godfather of direct verbal game knowledge and wisdom, because I was arguably the first guy who came in the scene in 1999 pushing direct verbal game, which simply means when you're a proponent of direct verbal game, if you're a man and your objective is casual sex, you would straight up tell a woman that. That's what Mode 1 is basically based on. Like every woman I've had casual sex, I told them straight up that all I wanted from them was casual sex. I don't bullshit women. I don't lie to women to get them in bed. I don't act like I want a long-term relationship with them or want to be their next long-term boyfriend or future husband to get them in bed. I tell them straight up, I'm just trying to fuck you.
So can I ask you?
That's representative of direct. Then you got guys that the higher percentage of guys are favor indirect verbal game.
Right.
Which is representative of one or two things. Indirect verbal game is when you either just flat out lie to women, like you would tell a woman, hey, I think I'm falling in love with you and I want to be in a relationship with you. I want to have something special with you. But then once you get the pussy, you just go ghost on that woman. That's, just blatant dishonesty and emotional manipulation. I call that mode 3. And then a more tamer form of indirect verbal game is when you're just vague and ambiguous. You don't go as far as to flat out lie to a woman, but you don't tell her the 100% truth either. So you wouldn't lie and tell a woman you want to be her next long-term boyfriend, but at the same time, you also wouldn't tell her that you're just looking for casual sex. See, I got the balls and backbone to tell a woman, all I want to do is fuck you. I ain't gonna never be your man. I ain't gonna never be your husband.
So can I ask you a question real quick?
They're not down with that. So anyway, to answer your question, that's one of the major reasons why a lot of guys hate on me.
Well, let me ask you a question on that mode 1. Has there ever been a time mode 1 did not work for you?
Depends on what you call not work. What do you mean not work?
Well, how long have you been using mode 1? All your life?
Since August of 1984.
Okay. So since August of 1984 to now, have mode 1 ever not worked for you?
Well, see, that's a tricky question because most guys, when they ask that question, well, you're a woman, but most people, when they ask that question, what they're really saying is, have you ever failed to get laid when you were mode 1? And my answer to that would be, of course, I've failed to get laid being mode 1. But I failed to get laid being mode 2.
Right.
There ain't no foolproof method in a nutshell of getting laid. That's what I've pointed out like hundreds of times on my channel. Some guys, you got certain PUAs and certain dating coaches that are trying to act like they have the most foolproof method of getting laid. And the reality is, any method you use, you're going to experience a percentage of rejection. If you indirect with women, you're going to be rejected. It's just going to be delayed. But I dare any motherfucker in the manosphere to say they found a technique where they've never, ever, ever got rejected, and they've been able to get every single woman they were attracted to into their bed. I tripled their. I'll pay them $25,000 tonight.
Well, look,
I want to prove that shit.
I want to put somebody on blast. There's this guy named Mel in here. He said he uses your method of mode 1, and it works every single time. That's what he said.
Well, I appreciate the endorsement, but I find that hard to believe. I've never come across any method of getting a woman in bed that works every single thing, unless you're just a master at picking the right woman. That could be the only 1% exception chance I could think of. Mel might be a master at just always picking a woman he knows is going to reciprocate his sexual desires, interests, and intentions. But going back to your original question to me, I've gotten rejected, but here's the thing. I ain't never been friend zoned. That's more of a source of pride for me than be able to say I got laid with every woman I wanted to. Mode 1, the thing I always get from the get-go, I always guaranteed about mode 1. I never guaranteed guys that if they were mode 1, they would end up in bed with every woman they met that they were physically and sexually attracted to. But if there was one thing I did guarantee, I said, if you're mode 1, you'll never, ever, ever be friend zoned by a woman, ever. You'll never waste time or money with women that are not genuinely interested in you, ever.
So what about the women who play your game? What about the women who you're direct with, right? And you're like, yeah. And they make you buy them drinks that night because you think
I don't do that. So you hit it on the head. I don't do that. I don't buy women drinks to get them in bed. Matter of fact, I have a hard and fast rule that I've talked about on my channel. I will not sleep with a woman who has drugs or alcohol in her system if it's my very first time sleeping with a woman. Will not do it. That woman can literally be throwing herself at me, and I've had that happen. But if I sense that a woman got alcohol or drugs in their system, won't do it. I only fuck, when it's my first time fucking a woman, I only fuck women that are sober.
Of course, you don't want to get Bill Cosby. You don't want to kill you or die on you, because that's how women are. Definitely.
There you go. I don't. The only time I fuck women with drugs, alcohol, if it was like my second, at minimum, my second time fucking them, and third, fourth, fifth, and so on. But very first time, I don't. Nope. So yeah, I don't take women out to dinner. Um, and see, I saw somebody earlier again paying attention to the chat room when I shouldn't have. But somebody brought up about the fact that me and this other dating coach named Alpha Male Strategies don't really care for each other. See, number one, just on a philosophical end, forget all the personal shit. On a philosophical end, this is where me and Alpha Male Strategies disagree. Like Alpha Male Strategies, he believes in what's known in the manosphere as the 3-date rule, which simply means you are willing to take a woman out on at least 3 lunch dates and or 3 dinner dates. And if she doesn't give you pussy by the end of the 3rd date, you leave her alone. I don't take women out on even 1 date. I just talk dirty to women.
Really? So you never spend money on
women, and I do one or two things. I either talk dirty to them in person, get their pussy wet, fuck them, or we exchange numbers. I get them on the phone, go into phone sex mode, get them to play with their pussy, and while they playing with their pussy, I get them to say, "Alan, I want you to fuck me," and they do it, and then from there, it's like taking candy from a baby.
But isn't that a waste of time if she's talking dirty to you?
Why?
And then when you try to get, well, honey, when you try to get her in the bedroom, she's like, nah. So she wasted your precious time.
I ain't never had that happen.
You never had that happen? Okay.
I ain't never had a woman, no.
Right. Yeah, because also I've heard men say mode 1 didn't work for them. They're saying that every time they try to mode 1 approach, they get shot down. They never get the woman they want. But I think when they do mode 3, I think it's mode 3. That's the one when you're indirect with a woman.
Well, I got two. There's 2 forms of indirect: mode 2 indirect and mode 3 indirect. Again, mode 3 indirect would be when you go as far as to blatantly lie to women and emotionally manipulate them. The best simple example of mode 3 would be you meet a woman named Linda and you spend a number of days or weeks giving Linda the misleading impression that you want to be her next long-term boyfriend or even possibly her future husband. And then once you know she's into you emotionally, you fuck her 5 times, 10 times, 15 times, and then you just go ghost on her. That would be mode 3. Mode 2, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no. You were saying mode 2?
Mode 2 indirect is when, like, I'll give you somebody who's a fan of mode 2 and you're open about it. Well, there's a few guys. Ramil Amir. Ramil Amir is a proponent of mode 2. Mode 2 is when you're vague and ambiguous. On the positive end, when you're mode 2, you don't go as far as to lie to a woman and tell her that you want to be in a long-term relationship with her. But on the negative end, you're not upfront with her about the fact that all you want from her is casual sex either. You just gotta, it would be like if a guy met you and he said, "Hey, Melody, yeah, how you doing? Yeah. Hey, why don't you come on my place Friday and we'll watch some Netflix movies and, get to know each other." And you say, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool." And then you come over there and he's talking to you about your life and your job. And then he says, "Hey, you want some wine?" And you say, "Oh, yeah, yeah." And then fast forward, next thing you know, he's just unbuttoning your blouse. And you're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" So your blouse off, he's sucking your titties, and you like,
yeah.
"Oh, you're so bad. I thought we were just gonna watch a movie."
I love it.
See, that would be mode 2. He didn't straight up say, "Hey, Melody, when you come on my crib, we fuck."
That's mode 1.
That would be mode 1. Mode 1 would be if the guy said, "Hey, Melody, I want you to come to my place on Friday night, and I'm gonna let you know up front. We gonna be fucking." And say if you weren't interested, he would know right then and there.
I think
right then and there.
Well, ARC, you're a very attractive man, and you're popular. I feel, don't get mad at me. Okay. In my opinion, I feel that only works with attractive, popular men. If you're not attractive,
alpha male strategy. That's alpha male strategy's argument.
No, I'm just being honest. We cool, but I'm just gonna have a little bit of pushback. But I do think it doesn't work for attractive guys. Can you imagine unattractive guys? Can you imagine an unattractive guy coming up to me saying, "Hey, Melody, I want to fuck"? I'm gonna be like, "What?"
So you
Excuse me?
saying, here's what you saying to me. It sounds like you saying to me, you're saying the less physically attractive a guy is, the more you would want him to lie to you and bullshit you, basically.
I wouldn't want him to lie to me either, but I
See, now you playing the middle from both sides right now.
no, yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to go from every angle. Like, if you're unattractive, no matter what you say to me, it's not gonna work. If
Okay,
you go
then you just contradicted your whole point there. You
okay,
said if a guy is unattractive, he would be better off being mode 2 or mode 3. But now you just said if a guy's unattractive, nothing's gonna work for him.
well, yeah, okay. Maybe I contradicted myself just a little bit, but I mean, okay, so that point you just had right now, that nothing will work. That's what I think.
Here's my thing. If a woman is not physically and sexually attracted to a man, nothing's going to work.
Right.
In terms of my modes of behavior, mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, ain't nothing going to help him get in bed. See, I'm the type of guy that's like this when it comes to being rejected, dealing with a woman that's not attracted to me. I'd rather rejection happen sooner than later. If it's inevitable that I'm going to be rejected, I'd rather be rejected sooner rather than later. But here's my thing, and I realize I'm not unrealistic. I know that other guys don't share my same ethics. Mm-hmm. And I've discussed this on my channel multiple times. Some guys are cool with lying to women and bullshitting women to get them in bed. If that's your thing, that's your thing. I ain't going to resort to making a woman feel like I'm going on the verge of becoming her next long-term boyfriend just to score some casual sex pussy. I'm going to tell a woman straight up, hey, I just want to fuck you. I want you to be my fuck buddy.
Right.
So, here's what cracks me up, though, about mode 1 and people trying to suggest it don't work. Mm-hmm. Again, this goes back to my whole direct versus indirect thing. A lot of guys, mainly guys who are my haters and my harsh critics, they'll always try to go out their way to try to prove that mode 1 don't work. But yet, you never hear a lot of these same guys talking about the percentages of rejections they experience when they're indirect, and they know they have. They know they have, but yet I rarely see a video. You know who was the one person who I give credit to, and I mentioned him already, Ramil? Ramil is the one brother who, by the way, called me the GOAT. I like to always point that out. Ramil actually last year said that in his strong opinion that I was the GOAT, the greatest of all time, of all dating coaches, not only of all Black dating coaches, but of all dating coaches, period. So I appreciate him giving me that type of love and respect and kudos. But anyway, Ramil did a show last year where, again, he was pretty much saying he favored mode 2. But he admitted, the one thing I liked about it, he said, yeah, I tend to, these are not exact words, I'm paraphrasing his words, but essentially he was like, yeah, I'm more of a mode 2 guy than a mode 1 guy like ARC. He said, I'm all about being mode 2 with women, but I have to admit, in the process of being mode 2, there's a lot of women I've come across that I ended up wasting a lot of unnecessary time with and a lot of unnecessary money on and never got no pussy. He said that is one of the drawbacks of being indirect and being mode 2, is you're going to run into the archetype of women that I refer to as manipulative time wasters. That's the single biggest drawback to indirect game. I always tell guys that. It's not that you can't get laid. You can get laid being indirect. I've never said otherwise. You can get laid being indirect. But the biggest drawback to indirect is when you come across a woman that's an experienced, seasoned, manipulative time waster type woman. If you don't know what that is, see, in my books, I have 5 archetypes of women, which are reciprocators, rejectors, wholesome pretenders, erotic hypocrites, and manipulative time wasters. I'll give you the gist of each one. The 2 most straightforward and non-manipulative types would be your reciprocators and rejectors. So if I had to use you, I'll use you as an example in each one of these.
Okay.
If you were a reciprocator, that would mean if, like, say, I approach you at a social event and I say, so we're going to share each other's company this weekend and next weekend. And let's say you said, oh, I'm down for either weekend. What day are you talking about? I say Friday. Okay. Well, just out of curiosity, what's your plan? You going to like take me to dinner? Are we going to go see a movie? No, I just want you to come on a place so I can fuck the shit out of you. You like, oh, you so nasty. You're bad. Oh my God. I've never heard a man just straight up say that to me. But you are attractive. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I'd be down for you fucking me. Only if you're gonna fuck me good though. And I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna tear that pussy up. Come all on my dick. He's like, oh yeah. Okay, Friday works for me. Yeah, let's say 9 o'clock. I'll be like, cool. That would be Melody being a reciprocator. You see, she didn't give me any resistance whatsoever.
Right.
She had a little bit of like, oh my God, I can't believe he's talking like that to me. But otherwise, she was pretty much down to fuck. Now I have you in the rejector archetype. I approach you
Mm-hmm.
at the same social event. I'm like, yeah, so you want to share my company on Friday or Saturday of this week or Friday, Saturday next week? Nigga, I don't even know your name. What's your name? Alan. I mean, number one, I'm engaged. I don't know if you just didn't pay attention to this big ass ring on my finger. I'm engaged, and quite frankly, you're not my type because you got that Billy D. Williams mustache, and I don't like guys with Billy D. Williams mustache.
Yeah.
And you look like you in your 50s, so you look too old for me, so I'm not interested. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, and I'm like, take care. You're like, yeah, take care. Rejector. Actually, in all honesty, most rejectors, surprising, I tell guys this all the time, most women who are genuine rejectors rarely are too harsh or rude. Actually, some of my most easygoing rejections have been from rejectors, genuine rejectors. They just very calmly say, I'm not interested, or you're not my type, or whatever. Actually, I got a story in Ooh Say It Again, verbal seduction story number 4, that
Mm-hmm.
talks about a famous R&B singer whose name shall remain unknown, who rejected me when I was in LA. But her rejection was one of the coolest rejections. She actually gave me props on being Mo One.
What did she say? What did she
Yeah, oh, Who Said It Again? But yeah, I got in Who Said It Again towards the end. I got 6 verbal seduction stories, and one of them was this woman. She's not so much now, but she used to be a really, really famous R&B singer. And not only was I Mo One with her, I was what? See, I have 3 versions of Mo One. I got Mo One Hardcore, which just
Mm-hmm.
means I'm explicit from the get go. Then I got regular Mo One. Regular Mo One is basically when I start off just invite, like similar how I was using these examples. I invited you to share my company first. That's standard Mo One. Standard Mo One is when you first invite a woman to share your company, and then once she agrees, or it seems like she's on the verge of agreeing, then you escalate to letting her know why you want her to share your company. And then the most tame and conservative version is Mo 1.5. That's when you use no profanity, no R-rated, X-rated, or triple X-rated language at all with a woman. Everything about your language is clean,
Well,
but you
can you
still
give me
let your intention be known that what you're trying to do. So anyway, going back to the story, verbal seduction story number 4,
wait,
this
I'm
R&B
sorry,
singer.
real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt because that was interesting. Can you give me an example of the one without the language? I want to hear.
Mo 1. Here would be Mo 1.5. Let's say I met you at the same social event we've been using hypothetically.
Mhm.
And what I would do is I would talk to you for a minimum of 5 minutes, kind of just fill you out. So I might engage in something I hate, and I say it in my books. I hate trivial small talk. But if you Mo 1.5, there's a leniency period for small talk. So I might be like, so Melanie, how you liking this party? And you'd be like, oh yeah, that's cool. I'll be like, hey, where'd you grow up? And you might tell me where you grew up. We might talk about, what line of work we both in. And then let's say no later than roughly the 10-minute mark, I might say something like this. Hey, Melanie, I'm just going to be real with you. And you say, okay, yeah, be real with me, huh? I don't do the platonic friendship thing. So if you looking to possibly recruit me as your new long-term, purely platonic male friend, I ain't down for that. I'm letting you know that. And you say, oh, okay. Well, I never had a guy just put it out there like that, but I appreciate you saying. Anything else you want to tell me? Yeah, right now I ain't really doing the whole boyfriend girlfriend thing. The whole, emotional attachment, Valentine's Day card type deal. I
Right.
ain't really doing it. I'm trying, I'm just looking to casually kick it.
I
And I
love
just
it.
want to let you know that up front as our, conversation progresses and our interactions progress. So right there, that was really just casual. I let you know that I'm not down open to any type of platonic friendship. And I let you know I don't want any type of long-term, emotionally profound, strictly monogamous type boyfriend girlfriend relationship. Basically, in my own way, I let you know I'm just down for casual sex, but I didn't just come out and say it like that. Like, hey, the only thing I'm looking for is casual sex. I more so let you know what I'm not interested in. That's what
Right.
a guy typically does when he's actually. My brother came up with mode 1.5 because that's how he used to operate. I would say for me, I've only operated in mode 1.5 roughly about probably 5% of the women I've had casual sex with. I would say for me, out of the three versions, if I had to give rough estimates, I'd say 35% of the women I've had casual sex with in my life, I've been mode one, hardcore. I would say about 60% I've been standard mode one, and about 5% I've been mode 1.5. And so now going back to the story, now that you know the three different versions, with this R&B singer, I was mode one hardcore. Here's how it happened. I would try to skip on miscellaneous details, but I was in Barnes and Noble in Westwood, which is near UCLA in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw this attractive, well, I was going to say her complexion, but I'm glad I didn't. You might have been able to try to figure it out. But yeah, I saw this woman attractive. She had her hair pulled back in a bun, and she had on these real big dark sunglasses. So I didn't immediately recognize her. And she had on these tight, looked like somebody just spray painted denim paint on her body from the waist. I mean, they didn't even look like blue jeans. They look like more denim colored leggings. And she's very well put together.
Right.
So I
Jeggings.
looked at her like, holy shit. So I went to her. I was like, damn. So you just gonna walk in this bookstore looking like this? She looked up at me. She still had her sunglasses. She said, like what? And I kind of gestured with my hands, like gestured at her leggings slash jeans. I said, like this. And she said, why? You got it? She lighthearted. Said, why? You got a problem with this? I said, I do. She said, what problem you have? I said, the problem is my dick is getting real hard. And at that point, that's when you pull down your sunglasses. She pulled down her sunglasses down her nose, and that's when I knew who it was. I said, in my mind, I didn't say it verbally to her, but in my mind, I said, oh shit, that's so and so.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, this is a celebrity I'm talking to.
Right.
And she said, so I got your dick hard, huh? She said, do you just walk up to women you don't know and just tell them that they get your dick hard? I said, if I feel like it. And she giggled at that. I said, I want to take you to a secluded area of this bookstore. I want to slide them down to like maybe your knees or your ankles, bend you over and fuck the shit out of you. And she
Oh
did
my.
a mouth just like, ooh. And she said, yeah, ain't no shame in your game, huh? I said, none. She said, what's your name? I said, Alan Roger Currie. She said, well, Alan Roger Currie, I have to tell you this. Now, what she was about to tell me, I already knew because I knew who it was. So she said, I'm in a serious relationship right now. She was actually in a serious relationship with another celebrity in the music
Mm-hmm.
industry. And so I already knew that because I knew who she was. But yeah, she said, yeah, I'm in a relationship, so I'm gonna have to decline on your oh so explicit request. But she said, I gotta give it to you. This is where she started giving me credit. She said, Your approach is so refreshing to me. And I was pleasantly surprised by that. I said, really? She said, oh, yeah. She said, see, I work in the entertainment industry, more specifically the music industry. Do you know how many guys come to me using corny, pre-rehearsed pickup lines? And I said, oh, you know about pickup artists, huh? She said, no, I don't know what you're talking. I just know pickup lines. And she said, I hate that. She said, I hate when guys, and here's what she said, and I've had so many women echo this, and this is one of the reasons why I'm on one. She basically laid it down. She said, here's the deal. Us women, we know y'all want to fuck us as soon as y'all flirt with us. We know y'all want to fuck us. She said, so I'd rather a man get to the fucking point. She said, I hate when a man is talking to me like at a party about everything but the fact that he wants to fuck me when everything about his body language is saying to me, I want to fuck you.
Right.
She went as far as to say, she said she's called out guys. She said when guys will be engaged in small talk with her, she'll be like, basically like, cut the bullshit. You're trying to fuck me, right? And I said, damn, you go like that? She said, yeah. She said, I hate all that beating around the bush and all that corny pickup line shit. She said, I'd rather a man. Now, she said, here's my criticism. She said, for casual sex, she said, your approach is the best. She said, I would rank your approach. If your objective is casual sex, that's the approach I would want a man to use on me. She said, now, if you're looking for your special someone, like your girlfriend, your future wife, I don't think you should go with that approach, Alan. She said, it's just a little bit too explicit and a little bit too hardcore. But she said, for casual sex, though, she said, I love your approach. You cut through all the bullshit. And she said, that's what I like in a man. She said, I don't like no man trying to bullshit me. And I said, amen to that, sister. Amen to that. And then we exchanged a few other comments. She went on her way, and I went on my way.
It is better sometimes to be upfront so you know what you're dealing with because personally, I don't like someone who to make me feel like we're going to be in a relationship and then later on I'm disappointed. It is probably better if you are direct with me, even if it's not mode 1, maybe if it's mode, what is it, 1.5?
Mode 1.5.
Yeah, like even if you approach me that way, that will probably still be better than making me think I'm your girlfriend and I'm not. So in her defense, I do agree with that.
Yeah. Now, see, it's funny you mentioned this. It's funny you mentioned. Now, I'm not going to call out this brother by name. But let's just say I saw him in come up with a comment. So he's been in your chat room tonight. I don't know if he still is. But this nameless black male YouTuber once tried to challenge me. And he said, he did a video saying that he didn't think there was any difference between mode 1.5 and mode 2. I don't remember his exact verbiage, but essentially he tried to say, in my mind, to me, those two are the same. I don't see the difference. And I did a response video. There is a difference between mode 1.5 and mode 2, and you just mentioned it in your comment. You said, I would rather a guy be mode 1.5 and not mislead me into thinking that he wants a relationship. When you're mode 2, you don't specifically tell a woman that you want to be her next long-term girlfriend, but you don't specifically not tell her that either. You're vague and ambiguous. You kind of leave it open. You don't tell a woman, I'm just looking for casual sex. You kind of leave the door open for anything. Whereas when you're on 1.5, you specifically let a woman know, I'm not looking to be in a long-term relationship. I'm not looking to be your next boyfriend. I'm not looking to be your platonic friend, and I'm not looking to be your next long-term boyfriend. So that's the difference in simple terms between mode 1.5 and mode 2, is that mode 1.5, again, you make it clear what you don't want. Which is usually you don't want platonic friendship and you don't want a long-term relationship. Whereas again, mode 2, if a woman say was to bring up a relationship, like, hey, we got great chemistry, I can see us have a relationship. See, at that point, if you're a mode 2, you wouldn't say, nah, that ain't gonna never happen. A mode 2 guy would be like, yeah, that's possible. Yeah, we'll play it by ear and see how things go. That's possible. So you're not flat out lying, but you ain't specifically saying, nah, that. See, like with me, I'm the type of guy when women would do that type of stuff, because I've had a few women do that. Like they say, hey, Ellen, I think we got great chemistry. I can see us being a couple. I'd be like, nah, that ain't gonna never happen. And they'd be like, dang, let's go. I'd be like, that I ain't trying to toy with your emotions. That ain't gonna never happen.
Okay, so Game Changer had a question. He said, so you can only be mode 2 if you're not looking for a relationship?
No, didn't say that. No. Matter of fact, that's a misnomer about my mode 1 approach, period. A lot of guys think mode 1 is solely and specifically for the pursuit of casual sex. And it's not. Now, most men I'll be realistic, most men do use mode 1 for the pursuit of casual sex. But the best example is actually my older brother. My older brother was mode 1 with his now wife. He was mode 1 with her about a relationship. So being mode 1 means you're upfront, specific, and straightforwardly honest about any relationship you want. If that's short-term non-monogamous casual sex, a long-term polyamorous relationship, a long-term strictly monogamous relationship, whatever relationship you're interested in, you would be upfront about that. And because not only would I say there's a lot of guys in society who are not upfront about their casual sex interests, but there's a lot of guys in society who are not upfront with their relationship. Like I have a term that most of my long-term followers are familiar with called fun clubbing. Fun clubbing would be if I met you one day and I just start pretending like I was content with being your male friend, your male platonic friend.
Yeah.
When I knew deep down and say I wanted you to be my next long-term girlfriend. That would be fun clubbing. A lot of guys fun club. So in the same way, some guys will pretend like they want a long-term relationship when they really just want casual sex. You got another group of guys that will pretend like they are content with being a woman's platonic friend when they really want that woman to be their next long-term girlfriend or a future wife. And it's not all about cat. Matter of fact, if you got time for it, I got a quick story related to that.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
There's a guy, I just was talking about him recently too. My very first YouTube video that I ever did here on YouTube was in late September, early October 2006 by a guy I'm friends with. He's a Chicago area radio personality and journalist named Gerard McClendon. If you look at his name on YouTube, you'll see a video of me. Because somebody, what made me bring him up just earlier today, somebody did a video that they put up and they were using clips from Gerard McClendon's video. Anyway, so at the time I was working for a university in Northwest Indiana and he was working for another university. We were both part of this program that's a mentoring program. So I went to visit him at his college to shoot the shit and get some brainstorm on some things. And see, one of my pet peeves, and this happens really in life, period, but particularly here on YouTube, there's a lot of people that have tried to critique my book that ain't even read my book. And that shit just, I want to bitch slap dudes that do that shit. I swear to God, that shit just pisses me off. If you consider yourself even halfway intelligent, you should never be offering a critique on a book that you haven't read. Anyway, his boss comes in midway through our conversation. And she's this highly esteemed woman, got like degrees out the ass. She got like a PhD, like 2 masters. She's the head of his department. And she's kind of, uppity, bougie type chick. And so she comes in to talk to him and she says, yes, Gerard, will you have those documents ready for me? Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had, yes. And he said, yeah, this is my main man, Alan Roger Currie. And she says, that name strikes a chord. It's so familiar. And he had this other coworker, let's call her Cheryl. that had watched his video interview with me. And so Gerard said, you probably know his name from the video that Cheryl's been sharing with a lot of people in the department. She says, oh, yes, you're the potty mouth guy. And I said, oh, that's a new nickname. She said, well, am I wrong? She said, you very much have the potty mouth, sir. I said, yeah, at times I do, no doubt. She said, yeah, you have this book. I want to say it's called like Mode 1 or something like that. I said, yeah, Mode 1. And then she just gives me this look of lighthearted disdain, like shakes her head like, tisk, tisk, tisk. And I said, I said, Gerard, look like your boss got problems with my book. You got some problems with my books? She said, honey child, don't even get me started. And now here's where I felt a little bit offended by my good buddy Gerard. He initially starts off on her side. He basically says to me, oh, Alan, bro, as much as I respect your debate skills, you don't want to mess with, let's call her Dr. Williams. He said, you don't want to mess with Dr. Williams. Anybody tries to debate her about anything, she shreds them to pieces. I said, oh, is that right? And I look at dead in the eyes. I said, well, I've lost a debate before, but I've never lost a debate related to Mode 1. I said, so Dr. Williams, bring it. And she looked shocked, like I was challenging her. She was like, oh, you want me to bring? I said, bring it. Bring ready. Give me your best shot. Yeah. She said, okay, you asked for this. She looked at Gerard like, Gerard, you gave him a warning. You asked for that. I'm like, oh, bring it, sister. So she says, your book is superficial, shallow. Your book is teaching men to be crass, rude, and disrespectful with women. And all you're teaching men to do is pursue their carnal desires rather than a meaningful relationship. Right when she said that, what did I know? Melody, what did I know right when she said that about her?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat
what we just talked about like 5 minutes ago? What did I know when she said that?
Can you repeat the last part? I'm sorry.
She said, your book, she listed a number of criticisms. One of her criticisms, she said, your book is all about teaching men to pursue their more carnal desires rather than a meaningful relationship. Mm. And she followed that up by saying, you teach men to use a filthy mouth with women instead of a more the language of a respectable gentleman. Before I go on, what did I know about this intelligent, supposedly excellent debater?
Well, for one, she didn't really read your book.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Just by those two crazy, I knew she hadn't read my book. That's what I knew. I had it right there.
Right, because
I knew right there she hadn't read my book. And I said, okay, I said, you can stop right there, Dr. Williams. I said, because right now I'm about to destroy you. And yeah, she looked taken aback. She said, you going to destroy. I said, you damn right I'm going to destroy you. And Gerard was like freaking out, like, oh, shit, Allie, you great go in on my boss. I said, you ain't read my book. I said, I dare you to look me in my eyes and say you read my book. You either haven't read my book at all, or if you read it, you just browse through it. But my gut instinct is telling me you ain't read my book. And she said, okay, touche. She said, I heard about it a little bit, bits and pieces from your video. I said, the video ain't my book.
Right.
The video ain't my book. I said, number one, I don't specifically tell men to use R-rated, X-rated, or triple X-rated language. That's more of an Alan Roger Currie thing. I said, but I tell men in my book that they can use no profanity and no X-rated or triple X-rated language and still be Mode 1. Drops Mike. Right. I said, number two, I said, my book does not focus specifically on the pursuit of short-term, non-monogamous casual sex. I probably put a little bit more emphasis on that because a lot of men are scared to be upfront with women about that. But my book also includes men who are pursuing women for a long-term relationship. I said, so what else you got? Miss didn't read Mode 1. Mm. And then the final thing, this is where I really shut up and just, it was funny. That's what I'm saying. I wish I had a video. It was classic. So she continued. She said, well, I'll just say this. Even if this X-rated thing is as you said, Alan Roger Currie thing, I don't want a man that I don't know to approach me and say, I want to slide my dick in your mouth. I think that's just crass. I think it's rude. I think it's disrespectful. And I would think you have more home training than that. And I said, is that right? So would you rather me be smooth and more subtle, take you out to a few dinners at a 5-star restaurant, make you feel like I'm falling in love with you, bring you a dozen roses with a poem, and then you're like, oh, Alan, I think I'm falling for you. You mean so much for me. But then after you suck my dick and I come in your mouth, you never hear from me again. What choice would you choose? Which option would you choose? And she was literally speechless. And Gerard's looking at me like, shit, I ain't never seen my boss speechless. And she just literally just stands there. She don't know how to respond because she doesn't want to give me credit and say, well, I would rather you just be Mo 1 hardcore so I can reject you quick rather than you lying to me and emotionally manipulate me. She didn't want to give me that credit. So she just stood there speechless. So then me and Gerard started talking. And I said, oh, wait a minute, Dr. Williams, you still here? Hey, yeah, you can dismiss yourself now. And she walked off.
You can't say anything.
Was like, dude, you are now my icon, bro. You are. I ain't never, ever since I've been working here seen my boss get thrashed like you just thrashed her, dude. Damn, right. Did you have to tell her she was dismissed? I said, yeah. I said, she dismissed? Thinking she gonna hang with me? Win a debate against me about Mo 1? Shut your ass up.
When you didn't even read the
book. My motherfucking book.
Crazy. Yeah, I'm glad you did that though. Oh, because she thought she had a point. She didn't.
Yeah, she didn't have no point
at all.
And I shredded everybody on YouTube. Number one, I've shredded everybody who's tried to challenge me on Mo 1, period, but particularly guys who haven't read my book because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Exactly. Guys, you hear that? Read the book before you pass judgment on ARC. Make sure you guys are like purchasing this for real. Show them some support.
I appreciate that.
Anytime. You know I support you.
So what other juicy questions you got for me?
Okay, well, my next question is, when will you start teaching Caden about manipulative tendencies?
Probably as early as 12. I'd say somewhere between 12 and 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I guess that's a good age. Because some people probably would want to wait till they're at least 16, but the younger the better, huh?
Well, I just told somebody this recently. Normally, I don't accept clients that are under 18. So when it comes to normal clients, the youngest you could be is 18. Even though I've had high schoolers follow me, I get emails from time to time from guys that are like still in high school. But with my son, I want him to be above the curve. So I'm gonna start early with him.
Yeah. So if you and your wife decide to have another baby and it's a girl, would you raise her differently than your son?
In some ways, yes. In other ways, no.
Okay, so what ways yes?
Well, I get asked this question a lot. This is one of the questions I get asked definitely more about women than men, although I've had a few men. But some women would say, Alan, since you're all about being Mo 1, I bet you wouldn't want a young high school guy to be Mo 1 with your daughter. I bet you wouldn't. I bet you would rather them be Mo 2 or Mo 3. I always say, no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, I hate to give you all these stories, what some people call old nigga tales, but
no, we'd love to hear them.
I got to tell these another story relates to the daughter question.
Okay.
And this also relates to the accusation that I have a potty mouth and that I can't use non-profane language. In 2007, I got invited by a female friend of mine. She was working for this church group that was also doubled as, get this, a pre-abstinence organization. And she wanted me to do a speaking engagement. And I said, Oh, come on. Let's call her, I don't know, Angeline, my friend. I said, Angeline, I don't want to do no speaking engagement in front of no church group and no abstinence group that promotes abstinence. Yeah, I said, you know me, you know how provocative I am. She said, no, Alan, I got faith in you. I believe you could do a PG-13 presentation. And we kind of went back and forth. Finally, I reluctantly gave in. I said, okay, I'll do it. So
Oh,
I
you
do
did.
this speaking presentation, and I didn't use any profanity. I didn't really use any sexually explicit language, although a couple of things I said were like borderline risque. But anyway, at the end of my presentation, about five old senior citizen type women come and approach me, ranging anywhere from mid to late 60s to late 70s. And I'm thinking they get ready to admonish me. But they said, young man, and of course I appreciated them calling me young man because at that time, I was 2007, I was like 44. Uh, and they said, we really enjoyed your presentation. I said, oh, really? Thank you. I was genuinely pleasantly surprised. But anyway, they go on to say, they said, you need to be speaking in all the high schools and colleges. I said, well, that's quite an endorsement. I said, thank you for that. They said, no, really. They said, now, I think you could probably assume we're women who would rather our nieces and granddaughters not engage in sex at all before marriage, but we're not unrealistic either. We're realistic enough to know that, they probably will. And they said, we would rather these young high school boys and college boys be mode one with the girls. And I said, really? Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I don't know if you know, Alan, but what's going on in high schools and colleges right now is that a lot of guys, they just get women like sloppy drunk and they take advantage of them. I said, yeah, I've definitely heard about that. Yeah, it's out of control. Women are getting date raped. And I'm ready to pull out my shotgun because I'm not having that. If somebody date rapes my niece, I'm going to shoot them. I said, dang, y'all hardcore. They were like, no, we're serious. And if they're not date raping them, they're toying with their emotions. They're basically making them feel like they're in love with them. And then after they have sex with them, they just cut off all kind. I said, yeah, that's what I call mode 3. And they said, see, I don't like either one of those. They were like, we want men to be mode 1 because that way the woman can make the decision. And now back to that question, that's why I would want men to be mode 1 if I have a daughter. And once she gets to, a decent age, like say 16, 17, 18, I would rather dude straight up tell my daughter, hey, I'm trying to fuck. And she has the ability to say, no, I'm not interested in that, versus because it definitely, if some dudes got my daughter drunk and date raped her, they better leave the country. I stay there right now. Yeah. They better leave the country because I'm gonna cut off their head and put it on a stick. And that's real motherfucking talk.
Right.
And even emotionally manipulating. I told this story a number of times on my channel. There was a friend of my cousin's who was using that game, Mode 3 toy with emotion style game. And one of the women he toyed with emotion, she came to his crib and shot him in the motherfucking head. Now that's an extreme case. It's extreme, but it still happened. Yeah, he was toying with this woman's emotions. She came to his crib because he had made her believe, she was the only one he was fucking. And then she found out he was fucking other people and she shot him in the head.
So you're saying that can be dangerous? That's like the most dangerous.
Oh, hell yeah. 21. I mean, y'all seen these stalker movies and shit. Women don't, most of the guys who were targeted by the Me Too movement were guys who had either been guilty of rape or date rape, guilty of groping women without their permission, guilty of emotionally manipulating women. You ain't found no Mode 1 guys that have been targeted in the Me Too movement. A guy who just straight up went to a woman and said, I'm attracted to you. I think you're sexy. I think we need to have casual sex. Name me 3 guys that have been targeted by the Me Too movement that fall into the Mode 1 category.
I don't think can I say one thing? Because that was one thing I was thinking. Don't you think that one can get someone, Me Too'd or sexual harassment claims?
That's why I'm challenging you. Name them.
Well, I don't,
A
I
bunch of people have tried to say that. I'm gonna throw his name out there again. Alpha Male Strategy. That's one of the things he tried to undermine my approach in his book. In one of his two books, I think in both his dating advice books, he took a jab at Mo One. And one of his jabs was he said, if you Mo One with women in this day and age, you're gonna get Me Too. Show me the motherfuckers who've been Me Too then.
well,
Bill Cosby, he wasn't Mo One.
right, but can't you get
Harvey
fired?
Weinstein from Mo One. Show
But
me a motherfucker that was Mo One that's been brought up on Me Too charges.
well, I have a story. Actually, when I used to work, when I was young, and I used to work at this place called Food Basics. It's a grocery store, and the manager was kind of mode one with one of the workers there. He told her what he wanted to do, and she got him fired from the job. Is there a specific place that you shouldn't be mode one at?
Yeah, you shouldn't be trying to fuck your coworkers. I talk about that all the time on my channel. I don't know why guys feel compelled to try to fuck their business colleagues and coworkers.
Right.
No, you should
So you
not.
should do that work. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Now, as far as like being out in the streets, I don't know anyone who was Me Too'd for mode one, but I do at work.
Yeah. I've done like 3 videos on that. You should never try to be not only would I say you should be. See, I hate to keep paying attention to your chat room. Please excuse me.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
But somebody, I think it's the same guy who tried to take a jab at me before, said AMS books are outselling. No, they're not. My books, since his books have came out, 3/4 of the time since AMS came out with his books, my books have outsold his books. Depends on what book you're talking about. But Mo One is very frequently, particularly my audiobook version, has dusted his book. So don't come at me, man, trying to act like AMS books has outsold mine. He even knows that my books have outsold his. Please. Do your research, do your due diligence before you try to take a jab at me about books. Because I keep up with my book sales every week, if not sometimes every day. My books have dusted Alpha Male Strategies books. Dusted his. Drops Mike.
Yeah, I've been hearing of mode one even before I came to the space of I've heard of that, the book. So I do give you that. I have been hearing about your book.
Yeah, I got a book. Here's what I get. I'm doing some bragging now, but my 2006 ebook version of Mo One, you talking about a book that's 15 years old, was recently as high as number 3 in the category of communication skills, which means it's what's known as a timeless classic. For those that don't know, when you have a book, see, if your book is selling well within the first few months after it comes out, or even within the first 2 to 3 years after it comes out, that don't really mean shit. I mean, well, I ain't gonna say it don't mean shit. It's still something to be proud of. So I shouldn't say it doesn't mean shit. But here's the true test of your book is when you got a book that's a minimum of 10 years old, that's still either regularly or semi-regularly ranked in the top 100 in its category on Amazon. I have at least 2 books in that category. My 2006 Mo One book and my 2009 book called Upfront and Straightforward, Let the Manipulative Game Players Know What You're Really Thinking. Both of those books are regularly in the top 100 in the category of communication skills, and they're over 10 years old. That means they're timeless classics.
Yeah.
Timeless classics.
He's saying that the other guy's books are doing better on Amazon. I don't know if that's true.
No, I just checked. His book ain't doing better than mine. His book is not doing better than mine, particularly his second book. I didn't click on his first book. I'll click on that when I get some time. But I clicked on his second dating. His second dating advice book is definitely not doing better than mine. Guaranteed ain't doing better than mine. And here's the thing. I don't want to make this whole interview about me versus AMS, but his name inevitably ends up coming up. But since this guy in chat room keep bringing him up, this dude didn't even narrate his own book. How can his followers respect him? And he didn't even narrate his own book. I would never hire somebody to narrate my audiobook. I narrate all 4 of my audiobooks. And I'm getting ready to do a 5th audiobook. He got some white guy narrating his book.
Oh, wow.
And this dude supposed to get more respect from me? Shit. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. Spare me.
Yeah. I have to get all your books. I really do. Sounds very interesting. Okay, so can I move on to the next question?
Sure, you sure may.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Oh, here we go. So, I heard you say your marriage is polyamorous, right? If your wife asked permission to have sex with another man, would you let her? Or would it make you angry that she even asked?
No, it definitely wouldn't make me angry that she asked, because we're, at least on paper, we are in a polyamorous relationship or polyamorous marriage. Yeah.
Right.
So now I always have to clarify. I did a whole video. Actually, I did 2 videos. A lot of people think a polyamorous relationship or a polyamorous marriage is exactly the same as an open marriage or an open relationship, but they're not exactly
That's
the same.
what I thought. Okay, so what's the difference?
When you're in an open relationship or open marriage, that means, in simple terms, your companion, or if you're married, your spouse can fuck anybody they want to, anytime they want to, without running it by you. Like,
That's an open relationship.
if I had to give one celebrity example, at least based on the conversation they had, you know, when the infamous Jada Pinkett slept with the dude August Alsina, I think his name is.
Yes.
And she had that table talk with Will. And at one point, I found it interesting. She said, because the guy August had said he got permission from Will to fuck Jada. But I guess Jada felt compelled to clarify that. She said something to the effect, I don't know why August said that, because Will, you and I both know if I want to sleep with August, I'm going to do it. I don't have to run it by you. You and I both know that, don't you? It's like she put him on the spot. She said, don't you? And he nodded his head, yes, like, yes, dear, like, you're right.
Right. And so that's an open relationship.
So that would represent an open relationship. Yeah. Open relationship means the husband or the wife can fuck whoever they want, whenever they want. Whereas a polyamorous relationship or polyamorous marriage means you can choose at any time to remain monogamous indefinitely if that's what you want to do, which is so far what me and my wife have chosen to do. Mm-hmm. But at some point in the future, you can choose to allow your partner or spouse to take on an additional lover. But the key difference is they would have to ask your permission. They would have to ask your permission. They would have to run it through you first. So, like, if I wanted to take on an additional lover, say right now, hypothetically, I would run it by my wife to get her thoughts.
Right. Is she allowed to say no, Alan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She could say, I think that will mess up our chemistry. I'm not feeling it. And honestly, I don't want it to happen. Now, at that point, I could still technically still do it. But then it would get into just the tradition of cheating. I would basically be cheating then. If I ran it by her and she said, no, I'm not feeling that, or I think I would have concerns about the woman you're having sex with, then, you know, and I did it anyway, then and the same in reverse. But I say in my book, Debating My Revolution, I've never been a fan of what I call obligatory monogamy. I'm not a fan of obligatory monogamy, meaning that if I'm monogamous with a woman, I want to only be monogamous to a woman because I'm enthusiastic about being monogamous with her and I choose to be. But I don't ever like to be monogamous with someone because I feel like I have to be.
Right.
When I'm in a situation where I feel like I have to be out of obligation, then I'm not trying to do that.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and my wife, she knew that going into the relationship and going into the marriage. She knew how I felt about monogamy.
But would you get mad at her if she came to you like, listen, I found somebody who I find attractive. Is it okay if I have sex with them? Would you
No,
get mad?
I wouldn't get mad. I wouldn't, as far as for asking me, no. No, it would be the reverse. I would get mad at her if she met a dude that compelled her to want to sleep with him and she just went ahead and slept with him and she didn't tell me at all or she didn't tell me until afterwards. That's what we would be headed towards divorce, plain and simple.
Right.
I don't tolerate lies and shit, behind the back shit. I don't tolerate that at all.
Right. So as long as she's honest, you're okay with anything, pretty much.
I don't know if I would quite put it that way, but yeah, I want her to be honest about anything she's remotely thinking about doing if it involves another man. I would want her to say, hey, I ran across my ex-boyfriend from high school
Mm-hmm.
and at a reunion and some sparks start flying and, I'm thinking about reconnecting with him, if only for a weekend fling. What's your thoughts?
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, that works for you guys. So if you
Yeah,
like
but
it,
we're at a state right now. Again, I always emphasize right now, we're polyamorous on paper, but realistically, we're fine with each other. I have no temptation to fuck any other women. She has no temptation to fuck any other men. We cool, particularly now that we got Caden, our son.
yeah, things changed, huh?
I mean, kids. I just be real. I mean, I'm not saying I'm changing my attitude towards polyamory, but and I've pointed this out before. Kids change things when it comes to polyamorous relationships, or I'm sure even open relationships like a Will and Jada. I mean, when y'all both in the early stages of dating, that shit, a lot of that type stuff is more feasible. But nah, So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So I understand your marriage is based around BDSM. So
Mhm.
I'm assuming you dominate. You're the dominant one in the relationship, right?
That would be the right assumption.
Okay. So do you dominate her both in and outside of the bedroom?
Yes.
How so?
She just no a real simple thing. She never calls me Alan, with the exception. Only time she refers to me as Alan is when she's talking to her family.
Okay.
But with us, I'm always sir or daddy.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah,
Sir or daddy.
yeah,
Like that.
always sir or daddy.
I think that makes the relationship even better when you have a name like that for your husband.
Yeah. Yeah. Matter of fact, it blew my mind. I just told you we went on a family vacation, and like
Mm-hmm.
I just said, normally the one time she does call me Alan is when she talks to like a mother or father. But we were at we were at this place. It was all the family members, and she actually she called me daddy in front of her family, which kind of threw me for a loop because I wasn't expecting it. But my leg was cramping up, and she was checking on my leg. She said, "Daddy, is your leg feeling better? Is your leg feeling better, Daddy?" And I know her father was sitting like at the other end of the table. He didn't have a real nose for reaction, but I'm sure he was like, "Damn, my daughter calls him Daddy? Ain't that something?"
Who
And
you
then me and her
talking to? Who
grandmother
you
actually
talking
talked
to?
about it. Me and her paternal grandmother, we were joking about it. Her calling me daddy, and she said, "Hey, that's fine with me." Shoot, she said, "Cause you are old enough to be a daddy."
No, that's what makes it cute. I think it's cute. You have a younger girlfriend and you're older and you're daddy. I don't see nothing wrong with that at all. I actually like that. I actually like the thought of calling someone daddy.
But
So yeah.
honestly, most women I've dealt with in relationships, because I've been in BDSM since I was in my 20s. Matter of
Mm-hmm.
fact, this will be a real quick story, but I was at a reunion of some of my fraternity brothers in 2016, and some of my younger frat brothers, we was reminiscing on different memories, and a few of them, they used to call me AC. In the same way people call me ARC on YouTube. In
Mm-hmm.
college, most people call me AC. I didn't use my middle name as prominently. And it was like, AC, man, the number one thing that used to trip me out about you back in college? I said, what's that? They said, man, you used to have bitches calling you sir, man.
Really?
That used to trip me out, man. We used to always talk about it. We'd be like, man, AC never had no women calling him Alan or AC. They be calling him sir. And I was like, yeah, I was into the whole domination thing back then, at least if nothing else, verbally. But yeah, it was the truth. Most women I dealt with, even going all the way back, you talking about the mid 80s, I used to have, I'd say at least 3/4 of the women that I dealt with, they
Mm-hmm.
never called me Alan or AC. They would call me sir or the king. And that was my other nickname, the king among women. Women would call me King Allen. They would call me just King Allen or simply King.
I like
And
sir better.
yeah, that's the number one term my wife uses, sir. And close second would be daddy. But yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Are you into using whips and chains and ball gags and all of the things like that?
I've used all of those before, yes.
Interesting. Handcuffs,
Oh,
spanking, all of
yeah,
that.
yeah, all that. Yeah,
Okay. All right, cool.
yeah, yeah.
So is
Now,
your
I want to say,
okay.
before you go on with the next question, I do want to quickly say, see, BDSM, I've had to tell, because, I've done consultations with married and unmarried couples about BDSM. That's actually my secondary thing next to just being a men's dating coach. I'm a BDSM and polyamory consultant for many men, women, and married and unmarried couples. And I always tell people interested in BDSM, there's different levels to BDSM. So some
Okay.
people might think there's just one way to function in a BDSM relationship, but you could go all the way down the rabbit hole, or you could keep it real basic. So some people got all the paraphernalia, like wear leather on a regular basis, have
Mhm.
frequent dungeon uh, visits and parties, and then you got some people just do it on a more, what I would call more basic
I
level.
like to play dress up. I like dressing up as different characters. Like, I have a lady coming up. She's into that. She's gonna talk to you. She likes to dress up and do things like that. So
Okay.
she'll be up here to talk to you. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I always thought about the BDSM lifestyle. I've heard it actually makes the relationship a lot better
I think
and
so
it's a
because
lot easier.
if nothing else, here's what I find the benefit of BDS. Matter of fact, first of all, there was a study that came out, I believe it was 2013, where they actually did a study and compared the happiness of the couples involved in a BDSM relationship or marriage versus those involved in just a traditional. And they found that there were two advantages to the BDSM relationships and marriages. One was the couple said their roles were more clarified and allowed them to function in a relationship or marriage better. They had no ambiguity about what their role was, um, which led, they said, to a higher degree of peace of mind, less drama, less arguments. Yeah, that was the second part of that. They said it was less drama, less arguments,
Mm-hmm.
and the second benefit was they said they had a higher degree of sexual passion, romantic and sexual passion, than those couples that are involved in just traditional, conventional relationships. But there was something else I was going to say. Oh no, I already said that. Man, I forgot what else I was.
I
Because
actually
there was something you asked me. I was going. I can't remember.
about it was about BDSM.
Yeah, because you
Um,
asked me a specific question. I can't remember what. Because that was more of a side note what I just talked about, but that was something I was going to answer. But
yeah.
anyway, yeah, I
I,
think BDSM. I think you just asked me. Does BDSM enhance the relationship? And
Mhm.
I would say so for both of those reasons that was included in that study. Is that because I this is just an Alan Roger Currie thing, but I can't be in a relationship where a woman is in one way or another trying to challenge me for control of the relationship. Because see,
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you what a lot of women do, and you're a woman, you probably already know this. Uh, Here's what a lot, not all, but a lot of women do. It relates to your question. Actually, you asked me. You said, Alan, do you dominate your wife both sexually and non-sexually? So here's
Mhm.
what I find about a lot of women, and I'm gonna even go ahead and loosely generalize, say particularly a lot of black women. A lot of women, they want to be dominated in the bedroom, but when it comes to their non-sexual interactions with their husband, fiance, or boyfriend, they want to run the show. I know a lot of women in that type of relationship. And matter of fact, that's why you have the dynamic of a woman will marry a passive, easy to dominate, easy to manipulate beta male, and then cheat on him sexually with a more dominant alpha male. Because a lot of women non-sexually, a lot of women don't like to be dominated non-sexually. They really don't. There's a
Why not?
small percentage that do, but I would say the vast majority of women do not like to, particularly if you talk about a woman that's like got a professional career, she got a lot of authority related to her career, job, position. They don't want to give up that non-sexually. So so yeah, I didn't want any relationship with a woman where because I've had at least one, if not two relationships that actually unfolded like that, where my girlfriend at the time, she loved me dominating her in the bedroom. Sexually, she loved me dominating her. But
Mhm.
non-sexually, she would try to challenge me at times for control of the relationship. And I had to put her in check. And that would end up ending the relationship.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I I would have thought that women are naturally submissive. Like, I
No.
like when a man tells me what to do and what not to do. I don't mind that, sexually, non-sexually. I
Well, I
actually
can hear
like
that
that.
in your voice. I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, like I do. And that leads me to my next question. I have
Mhm.
to ask you, is your wife always submissive?
Oh yeah, always. That
And
doesn't mean I pointed out in a video recently. That doesn't mean my wife is a doormat. My wife got her opinions. She got
mhm.
some strong opinions on different things, even some stuff to do with YouTube and the manosphere. But my wife is a very feminine woman. She's a very feminine woman, and she's very submissive to me. Yes.
Well, okay, so in this space, I hear a lot of women in the sisterhood saying they're only submissive if a man earns it. Did she have to earn? Did you have to earn her submission, or was she just always like that from day one?
Well, I would say this is where I always make the distinction because some guys think when a woman's feminine, that automatically means she's submissive, and that's not true. So without getting lengthy, I would say my wife was very feminine from the get go. But in most situations, no woman is ever going to be submissive to a man that she's not attracted to. At bare minimum, there has to be some physical attraction there. There got to be some chemistry there. Because, yeah, I mean, it ain't like my wife could go to the local grocery store and a male cashier could say, yeah, say yes, sir. I want these groceries. And she gonna be like, yes, sir, I want these groceries. She'd be like, nigga, please. So yeah, she's submissive to me because we have great chemistry.
Yeah. But
And
anybody else has to earn it.
yeah, everybody else would have to earn that submission. But on just the femininity part, my wife doesn't have a masculine bone in her body. My wife is very, that comes from having a very masculine, dominant father. Her father, if people would have met in real life. Her father, he's a man's man. He ain't no punk.
Right. And I think most women who were raised by their fathers, such as me, are feminine because we had that dominant masculine figure in our lives, like you just said. So the ones that was raised by single mothers are the ones who be like, like I want to argue, you know how they get with the attitude. They want to argue all the time and they don't listen.
I was just talking about that literally on whose video was that? Was that my video? I can't remember if it was my very last video or somebody's live stream. But anyway, what you're talking about, I was literally, I think it was on my own video. I was just, yeah, it was my very last video on my channel, the one where I actually promoted this interview. I was talking about that towards the end of my video. I said, at the risk of generalizing to some degree, I said, I found in my life, my experiences and my observations, women who grew up with a strong father, male figure, it could be their biological father, their stepfather, uncle, grandfather, big brother, something, they tend to have more deference towards men and just a more natural degree of respect than women who grew up, say, with a single mom. Now, I know there's going to be exceptions here and there, but exceptions aside, yeah, most women who grew up just with a mother, particularly if they saw their mother like very frequently arguing with their father, stepfather, just blatantly disrespecting him, talking to him, verbally emasculating him, they're going to absorb that. And even subconsciously, they're just going to absorb it and they're going to end up inevitably repeating that behavior. They're not going to have a healthy level of respect for men. I found almost every woman I met in my life that was really, really feminine and really, really submissive types were women who had a strong male figure growing up. Again, in most cases, it was their biological father. In some cases, it was their stepfather. In a few other cases, it might have been an uncle or grandfather. But they had some dude that was a strong male figure. Like, on the male end. See, I think that's important for men, too. Because men will act out if they don't have a like. See, my father ran our household. My mother knew who was the king in our house. So I grew up seeing a man be treated with respect and deference. That's not to say that they didn't have squabbles here and there, but my father was a very manly dude. I would say a lot of men in his generation were.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my uncles, I can't think of any uncle of mine that was just like a simp punk type dude. They my father, pretty much all my uncles on both sides of the family, they was just like manly dudes. I mean, that. So yeah, I grew up, seeing both sides. My mother was very feminine, and that's what I was attracted to, is a feminine type woman. Yeah, when I see women who got masculine tendencies or highly argumentative tendencies and treat men with disrespect, oh man, I number one, the good thing for me, I can spot that quicker than the average guy. So I don't even proceed in a relationship in most cases with women like that, because I usually spot it very early on.
Right. It's easy to spot that. Even for me, I can tell when a woman is masculine. You can tell by the tone of her voice. You can tell by what do you call that? The mannerisms, how she carry herself, how she walk, everything. You can tell. Especially out here in Jersey, there's a lot of masculine women. They speak like men.
I believe it, because I've dealt with some Jersey women.
So you know exactly.
I generalize y'all Jersey women.
It's not all of us, I promise.
Jersey women, I put it this way: Jersey women can get the women from the west side of Chicago and run for their money.
And New York too. Don't forget about New York.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, matter of fact, I always had these little quick side note stories. You said you could tell by voice. Like I said, I could tell your voice. I remember I was doing my blog talk radio show, and this woman called in to criticize me. It was mostly going to be in a lighthearted way, not in a real too harsh or serious way. But she called in to criticize me. And I said, "What's up, sister? What gripes you got with me?" She said, Alan, I think you're egotistical, and I think you're this, I think you're that. Anyway, 5 minutes later, I had this woman giggling. I had her calling me sir and daddy. I
Mm.
even had her on a public internet radio show tell me that she was great, play with her pussy for me. And so she
Oh,
wrote me. Yeah, she wrote me after the show. Oh, I'm a bad motherfucker. I got to my own. I'm a bad motherfucker when it comes to getting a woman to play with a pussy, even on public. Like on my blog talk radio show, and I got another show I did called The Erotic Conversationalist.
mhm.
Not only did I have a lot of women play with their pussies on the show, but in some instances, I had women playing with their pussies while their husband, fiance, or boyfriend was in the room with them.
Really?
In the room with them. Matter of fact, if you listen to my videos, I don't know if you ever paid attention to my outro. At the beginning of my outro, there's this woman that says, Alan, I make her say, yes, sir. She says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then she starts giggling. Then she says, you're dominating me. Then I say it again. She says, you're dominating me right now. Moo. That's in all the outros of my videos.
Oh, yeah, I
At
heard
the,
that.
at the time when that woman said that, her boyfriend was actually in the room with her.
Mhm.
Yeah, I didn't know that until after the show, after the interview was over. But she told me, she said, way to put me on the spot. I said, what you talking about? She said, my boyfriend was sitting right next to me when you start dominating me. But what I was going to tell you about voices, yeah, this woman wrote me. She said, can we talk privately in a day or two? I said, sure. So we got on the phone. And she said, Mr. Currie, I got a criticism of you. I said, okay, what is it? She said, I think you're misleading a lot of your clients and supporters. I said, really? That's a strong charge. I said, why do you think so? She said, you make it seem like you can teach all men verbal seduction and erotic dirty talk like overnight. And then I quickly cut her off. I said, I never said that. I said, I never said that. I said, you might be interpreting something, but I said, I've never out of my own mouth said that. And she said, well, it just seems that way. Because she said, well, now here's where I'm going to compliment you. She said, I can tell by the way you read my voice, because she was into like chakras and new age energy, all that type of thing. I'm not really into that. And one
Mhm.
of the things she's into is things related to being able to read people's vocal energy and vocal inflections. And she said, Alan, I can tell you have a talent for reading women's vocal energy. And you can immediately tell if they're a submissive type or if they're a more dominant or resistant, defiant type. And she said, not all men have that. She said, I would assume it probably took you years to hone that. And she said, I just want to make sure you're not giving guys the impression that they can imitate you like in a matter of a day or two. And I reiterated, I said, no, I ain't never told guys that when it comes to my everything I know about verbal seduction, conversational hypnosis, and erotic dirty talk, that a man can learn that, all of that in 48 hours or less. Fuck no.
No. Yeah.
Now I could teach a man to be verbally direct in a short period of time, just the notion of being just more upfront, specific, and direct. But when it comes to being verbally smooth, verbally seductive, because yeah, I know one thing I have an advantage. I know, I just mentioned it. I know conversational hypnosis, and that definitely ain't something you learn overnight. I literally know how to put a woman in a hypnotic trance.
So
I've
how do
done.
you do that?
You'd have to either pay me a lot of money or shoot me to make me put a gun in my head and make me tell.
Oh,
The only time I share that, even with my clients, is when I do one-on-one, face-to-face coaching sessions. But even in my like Skype consultations, guys I spend all the time, they say, "Teach me." I say, "Nah, you got to do a one-on-one with me for that."
you hear that, fellas? Y'all want to learn how to do it? Pay for it.
But yeah, I've had a number of women that say, "Damn, you just you just had me like in a trance and shit." Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. So, but yeah, so yeah, being able to read women, I just know how to read people. Period. I would say honestly, a talent I have. Like one example is when I was in graduate business school, I had friends. This one particular female friend, she liked to always ask my opinion on certain couples. Like she would say, "Hey, Mike and Julie just got together today. They started being a couple. Alan, what do you think?" And I would always say, "You really want my thoughts?" And she would say, "Sure." I would say, "Oh, I got a story. Here's a story. Here's all my little side story. Here's a story about me being able to read. My ex girlfriend, I dated this woman in LA in 2010, and she was bragging on this couple she had that were close friends with her, and she was talking about how much they were in love and how great of a couple they were. I said, okay. So one day she wanted to go by there. She wanted me to meet him. So we meet. So when we get over there, the husband's sitting on the couch, and the woman's sitting at this grand piano, really nice grand piano. And then I see her. She stays there for about maybe 20 minutes into our visit. And then she goes and sits next to her husband. And within 5 to 10 minutes after she sits next to her husband, he kind of in a real gradual way moves away from her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So then we leave. And she, my girlfriend at the time was like, "Oh, what'd you think of the couple? Aren't they just the greatest guy?" I said, "No." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "No." I said, "You hyped them up." I said, "That couple is on their way to divorce." And she was like, "Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about, baby? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? They're a great couple. They've been together for I think at that time, they had been together for like 8 years. And see, but here's where I tooted one of my books. I toot my horn on how I can read people by watching them and observing them sometimes for just 5 to 10 minutes. I said, they're headed towards divorce. And I'm going to tell you why. I said, while you were engaged in most of the conversation, I said, when we first got there, the wife started off at the grand piano. Then she moved to the couch. And then somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes after she moved next to her husband moved away from her. Now, to the average person, they wouldn't have noticed that. That would be no big deal. But I said, what that tells me is one of two things. Either she's cheating on him. He recently found out that she's cheating on him, and he don't want nothing to do with her cheating ass. Or on the flip side, he's cheating on her. She doesn't know it yet, and he's feeling guilty about the shit. And that's why he couldn't feel comfortable sitting next to her. And she was like, my girlfriend was like, "Oh, you're reading way too much into it. I don't know about you sometimes. You're reading way too much." And I said, okay. Sure enough, I got my vindication about 2.5, 3 months later. We talking, and she sounded real down and dejected. I said, "What's up?" And first she was like, "Nothing." I said, "No, something's bothering you." And she said, okay, you were right. And I didn't really know. It had been so long. I didn't know what she was talking about. I said, "What are you talking about?" "I'm right." She said, "My friends, they're now legally separated. He's a police officer. It turns out he was fucking his female partner." I was just like, I didn't want to laugh at something like that because I know she was disappointed here they were breaking up. But I said, no, I was like, I knew it. I told you. What did I tell you? I said either she was cheating on him or he had cheated on her. And sure enough, I was right. He was a police officer, and he had recently gotten a female partner. He had always had a male partner, but then they gave him a female partner who I guess was really attractive, and he was fucking his female partner.
That's crazy.
But I read that just in my first visit. I read that. I could see it. Because I watched his every body movement. I was watching both of their facial expressions. A lot of clients I work with one-on-one have pointed that out. At least 2/3 of my clients I work with one-on-one. They'll say, "Alan, you're different in person than you are on YouTube." And I'll say, "How so?" They say, "Man, you like look at me like you're reading my soul, man. You like, I could tell you're like studying every molecule of my movements." And like you got this way of staring at people that's kind of, matter of fact, on a later note, there's this guy, Jewish guy I talked to, and he first watched a number of my YouTube videos, and ended up giving me accomplices. We ended up meeting in person for a one-on-one, and he gave me a compliment criticism. He said, "Alan," he said, "I'm gonna say something. I hope it doesn't hurt your feelings." I said, "Go for it." He said, "Man, if I was just to watch your videos, I don't know if I would believe you are the smooth, seductive ladies man that you are. Because on some of your videos, man, you kind of, you're just kind of silly at times, or you kind of have these angry rants." He said, "So I couldn't get a good read on you on your YouTube videos. But," he said, "when I met you in person in Miami," he said, "man, you're an intimidating motherfucker, man." He said, your real life persona is totally different than your YouTube persona, man, particularly how you use your eyes." He said, "Man, you have a way at staring at a motherfucker, man. You just, yeah, it's like you looked into my eyes like you were trying to read my every thought I had in my mind and just read my soul."
Oh, right.
I said, "Yeah, I've heard that before."
I was
But I
thinking.
do. I study people in a nutshell. I've been doing that since I was young. I study. I always liken it to the Terminator. I don't know if you saw the movie The Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger, even though he was a robot, so it ain't an accurate comparison. But when the Terminator, whenever he would meet somebody new, you would see from his perspective how his computer technology was reading everything about the person, the temperature of the body, the rate at how fast they blink their eyes, the heart rate, he would just read everything, but in an electronic, computerized type manner. And I like to joke with people. That's what I do with people when I meet them in person. I'm reading everything about you.
Right. So that was basically a gift you have. That's what it sounds like, to be able to read people.
Yeah. And going back to that woman I had the conversation with, she looked at that as a good thing and a bad thing. She was basically trying to say to me, she said, "That's a gift and a talent that I don't know if it's replicable among your male clients." She was like, "I think that's something you just have." But she said, "I don't think all your male clients will be able to replicate that." But I told her, I said, I've never suggested that all of them could.
Right. I get what you're saying. Okay, so I'm going to move on. I got a whole bunch of questions.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. The next one is, I know with BDSM, there's a top or a dom, and there's a bottom or a sub. What are the other categories?
Yeah, there's four major sexual personas in the BDSM lifestyle. If you're a partner that's dominant no less than 99% of the time, then that means you're what's called a top, a dom, a master, or in the case of a woman dominant, a mistress.
Okay.
So if a man was in a relationship with a dominant woman, she would be called Mistress Johnson. Or like using if you're not the dominant type, let's say hypothetically you were, and you had a guy that was not just your submissive, but your slave, then they would call you Mistress Melody. So
that's if I had a slave.
Yeah, now I'm gonna get to that and say there's a difference between just a regular sub and a slave.
Okay.
So there's the 4%. There's top, dom, master, mistress. Then on the exact opposite end, there's a bottom, sub, or slave. And the difference between a sub and a slave, if I had a woman that was my sub, that means that not only would I be able to dominate her, but anytime she's in the presence of a BDSM dom, she could choose to submit to them too.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she can submit. Like if like let's say I had a woman named Tiffany that was my sub, and I was her dom, and I took her to what's commonly known in the BDSM world as a dungeon party, then if she didn't have on like a collar, then guys would know she's not a slave. And other guys would just basically go up to her and start dominating her too.
Right.
Whereas slave, just like a woman wears a wedding ring to let other men know, basically, I'm taken. The BDSM equivalent is what's known as a collar. Like, telling some of my personal business, my wife owns like 4 collars.
Oh, so your wife's a slave?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
when somebody's your slave, that means like, so if you take a slave of yours to like a dungeon party, that means that's telling all the other male doms or even the female doms, she's off limits. She can only submit to me. And if somebody was to still try to dominate, they risk getting knocked the fuck out.
Right.
Yeah, you don't in the BDSM world, you never try to step up to a woman that's collared. That's a huge, huge no-no. Huge no-no. Like ultra huge. I would go as far as say that's worse than trying to hit on a woman with a conventional wedding ring on. Is the hit on a in the BDSM lifestyle, you never hit on a woman that's collared. You can risk being killed. And I'm not trying to be melodramatic. You don't ever hit on a woman that's collared. So that's the second persona, is bottom, sub, or slave. Then there's 2 interesting categories in the middle, which was known. One is known as a switch, and one is known as a flexible or versatile. And they're similar but different. Here's a switch. Let's say you were a switch, Melody. If you were a switch, that would mean, let's say you had 2 lovers, one named Hank and one named Michael. And with Hank, you were always, always, always submissive to Hank. But with Michael, you were always dominant. When you talk to Michael, you'd be like, you better put $3,000 in my checking account by tomorrow morning. You understand that, Michael? He's like, yes, Mistress Melody. Yes, I put the $3,000. Yes. Damn, you better put that money in my account. See, that would make you a switch.
So a switch is a dom and a sub, pretty much.
Switch is when you're totally one way with one lover, like say totally submissive with one lover, like in this example, Hank. But then Michael, you're totally dominant. That's a switch. There's an interesting arrangement that involves a woman being a switch, known as the bull hot wife cuckold arrangement.
I was going to ask you that next.
Okay, so we can talk about that. And then the other similar one in the middle is what's called a flexible or versatile. That's different. It's similar in the sense that you have both tendencies in you. You have dominant tendencies and you have submissive tendencies, but you would alternate with the same lover. So let's say you were in a long-term relationship with a guy named Tyrone, and let's say 3/4 of the time he dominates you, but then roughly 1/4 of the time he allows you to turn the tables and you dominate Tyrone and he submits to you. That would make both of you all what's known as a flexible or a versatile.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard of these terms. Wow. I love learning new things. So, Sexy Red said, wait, what's a switch? You can explain it. Well, I'll explain to her. Basically, he said a switch is when you have 2 lovers, and for one of the lovers, you're dominant, and the other lover, you're submissive.
Well, it could be more than 2, but at minimum, if you had 2 lovers.
Well, minimum, yeah. You can have way more if you want. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's when, again, switch is when you're exclusively one way with a particular lover. You're either exclusively dominant with that lover or you're exclusively submissive with another lover. That makes you a switch. Whereas again, a flexible versatile is when you go back and forth with the same companion or same spouse.
Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you borked out.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is a little shaky, so
oh, okay. You
bear
got that
with me.
PlayStation wireless on.
Yeah. All right. All right. So my next question to you would be, can you explain exactly what a cuckold and a bull is? Because I heard you say you performed as a bull when you were younger for a couple. So what is that?
Yeah, that's one of the most interesting array. I told you that I've been both a BDSM consultant for men, women, and couples, and I've been a polyamory consultant for men, women, and couples. And those two lifestyles don't necessarily always intersect with each other. Some people tend to assume that everybody's in the BDSM is automatically in the polyamory, and anybody who's in the polyamory is automatically in the BDSM. That's actually not true. There are some couples who are exclusively in the polyamory, but they don't incorporate any elements of BDSM. Then there's some people who are in the BDSM that are strictly monogamous. They don't. Um, Melody and her Dollar Tree.
Yeah, they always make fun of me, ARC.
They
I
jabbing
have
at
the
you now.
worst.
That's just funny.
I
And
have
I've
the worst.
heard all of them: struggle wireless,
Yeah, that's me.
layaway plan wireless. Um, but yeah, so those two lifestyles don't always intersect with each other. But if there's one arrangement that automatically intersects both lifestyles, would be the bull hot wife cuckold. In that arrangement, let's start with the woman. Now that you know what a switch is, the woman is always a switch. In
Mhm.
that arrangement, the woman, she's referred to as a hot wife, even if she's not married. That's her label, is a hot wife. Hot wives are always a switch. And how it works is they're cuckold. And see, I've had some disagreements, even sometimes heated disagreements, with how loosely that term is used in both the worldwide manosphere and the black manosphere. A lot of guys will speak on cuckold and they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about.
Right.
Like I had one popular black male YouTuber, I'm not gonna say his name. First time was in 2017. I was doing an interview with O'Shea, and this black male YouTuber, he made the comment. He said, "There's no such thing as a voluntary cuckold." And I said, "That's not true." He said, "Yes, it is." He said, "No." He said, "No man in their right mind volunteers to be a cuckold." I said, "Then you don't know anything about the BDSM or polyamory lifestyle. Then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about." I hate, on a quick side note, I hate when people talk about shit like they know what they're talking about, but they really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's one of my top 5 pet peeves, particularly specifically here on YouTube, is listening to people talk about, like, say, the BDSM lifestyle or polyamory lifestyle, and I know for a fact, just listening to them talk, that they've had no experience in it. Because
Right.
any guy that's a BDSM cuckold, he volunteers to be a cuckold. It ain't something that's sprung on him. Now, if you're talking about a more conventional, more so the formal definition, then you can make that argument, but not with a BDSM cuckold. All BDSM cuckolds volunteer to be cuckolds. And I'll
Right.
quickly tell the difference. What is the formal or conventional definition of a cuckold? A cuckold, there's basically two definitions, formal definitions of a cuckold. If you're a man that's married and your wife is cheating on you behind your back, and number one, you're one of the last ones to find out about it. Like let's say almost all the guys, men and women in your neighborhood know your wife is cheating on you. And you're like damn near the last one to find out about it. That would make you a cuckold. And more prominently, if once you find out your wife has cheated on you multiple times, instead of immediately saying, I want a divorce, you would say something like, "Oh, honey, why you always sleeping with the neighbors? Come on, stop that. Oh, humiliating that is for me. Come on." I'm doing a little, lighthearted exaggeration, but that's how you would be if you were a genuine cook. Like, come on, you're making me look bad. You slept with Fred. He lives right next door. Come on. But you, at no moment are you making, a forceful attempt to divorce her ass. You just gotta tolerate it, even though you don't like it. That would be the general formal definition of a cuckold. Then the
Right.
second variation would be not only does your wife go out and cheat on you, but she actually gets pregnant by one of the guys she's cheating with. I actually know at least 3 guys in my real life that actually happened to. Yes, your wife gets pregnant by another dude, and similarly, you don't divorce. Now, see, if you found out your wife was cheating on you or cheating on you, got pregnant, and you immediately say, "Oh, this marriage is over," then you don't qualify for being a cuckold because you're standing up for yourself.
Right.
But if your wife was cheating on you or she cheated on you and got pregnant, and you were just like, "Oh, you got pregnant by Fred? So now I'm gonna have to raise this baby as my own." Oh, shucks, I guess I'll do it. But how this makes me look. That's a cuckold. That's the true.
Okay.
That's the true, genuine definition of a cuckold. But then there's
Right.
the more BDSM polyamory variation of a cuckold. When
Mm-hmm.
you're a BDSM cuckold, and here's where a lot of guys on YouTube get it wrong, even when they talk about BDSM cuckold. They think a cuckold is any guy who's in an open relationship. That is far from the truth. Far from the truth. There are guys who are in what's known as couple swapping type relationships, where like it might be like 3 married couples that are friends with each other, and they allow their wives to fuck their 2 male friends. Those guys are not cuckolds. But some guys in the black YouTube community will try to make you believe they are. No, it's not. And here's why. Because in order to be a true BDSM/polyamory cuckold, you have to be submissive to your wife, fiance, or girlfriend. That is the key component. You have to be submissive, even in most cases, masochistic. That's when you're truly a cuckold. It ain't just a matter of you allowing your partner or spouse to have sex with another man. On top of that, you have to be her bitch. That's when you're a true cuckold, and at least in the lifestyle of BDSM and polyamory. That's a true cuckold. Is when you are your wife's bitch.
Right.
Like so she would talk. Example of a woman talking to a cuckold would be like, let's say some woman's married to a guy named Daniel. She says, "Daniel, get your punk ass out of here and go clean up the kitchen, you punk." And he's like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna clean up the kitchen. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And shine my shoes while you at it, you punk. You a punk. And see, here's the thing. Guys that are true, genuine BDSM polyamory cuckolds, they actually like that. So if an outsider was to say, "Oh, I think that's mean spirited for the woman to talk," no, that's what they want. In most cases, they're masochists. A masochist is somebody who goes beyond a sub. When you're a masochist, that means not only do you like to be dominated, but you like to be humiliated and disrespected. Now, see, somebody just mentioned the swinger lifestyle. Yeah, see, a lot of guys on YouTube try to suggest that if you're a swinger, you're automatically a cuckold. That's not true. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And again, I hate when people talk like they know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. There are a lot of men who are swingers that are not cuckolds. So just because, say, you're in a relationship and you share your wife with other men, you share your fiance with other men, or you share your long-term girlfriend with other men, does not automatically make you a cuckold. There are swingers. There are some men who actually make their significant others have sex with other dudes. They're almost the opposite of a cuckold. That's what's called a slut wife. Instead of a hot wife, there's also what's known as a slut wife. A slut wife would be if you're married to a woman and you demand that she fucks other guys. I actually know a PUA. I'm not gonna say his name. There's a white Caucasian PUA/dating coach that his wife is a slut wife. He actually makes his wife fuck other dudes. But he dominates her though. So he can't be called a cuckold because he dominates her. And again, in order to be a true cuckold, again, at least in the category of BDSM and polyamory, you not only are sharing your woman, but you're submitting to her. You are her bitch. So in a bull hot wife cuckold, what usually happens in normal, and there's variations. What normally happens is somebody brought up in the private chat. I can talk about topping from the bottom. That's a different concept.
Oh yeah, she's gonna come up on the panel. So can we save that? Yeah, let's save that for when she comes up.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Here's this kind of the normal variation of a bull hot wife cuckold. And what happens? The hot wife, usually there might be exceptions here and there, but usually if a guy's a cuckold, he doesn't get to have intercourse with his wife, or if not wife, fiance, girlfriend. He only gets to perform oral sex on her. There's rare few exceptions to that. If there's exceptions, it's usually going to be just for procreation, creating kids.
Wait, let me understand this before you move on. I'm sorry. You're saying a man will have a wife and he's a cuckold. He can't have sex with her. He can only perform.
No, he can't have intercourse with her. Hot wife doesn't allow. Most, I'd say this, if I had to give a rough, unscientific estimate, I would say 95% of hot wives don't allow their cuckolds to have intercourse with them. They can only perform oral sex on them.
Wow. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And then they have one or more bulls. The most common form is, and this is what involved me, any race of people could technically carry out this arrangement, but the most popular form of this arrangement is where a white couple, a white woman who has a white male cuckold, wants her bull to be a brother. And in that case, he's called a black bull. That's what I've been.
So that's what you were before.
I've been a black bull. I've never been a bull for a black couple. The closest I came to black, there was one couple though where the white male cuckold, he was white, but the wife was biracial. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I was a black bull for some white couples. The most interesting one, and my wife knows about this, a few other people know, but the most interesting one I had, I was actually not only fucking a woman who was a hot wife, but I fucked her two daughters. She had two daughters who was her cuckold stepdaughters. She actually wanted me at one point to get one of her two daughters pregnant. And I said no. But she did. People who have vanilla tastes and conservative sexual habits, I know they go raise their eyebrows on this. But there are white women, some white women, who will want to train their white daughters of adult age to love, as they call it, nigger dick.
Wow.
And I hope that doesn't make the YouTube police bureau, put some strike on your channel.
Let's be careful saying the gagger.
But yeah, they do. Yeah, I'm trust me. I've had that invitation at least a handful of times where a woman, like last time I had it was just not too long ago. It was probably in 2018. I met a woman. Well, I actually met the daughter first. I met the daughter, and I was hitting on the daughter, only to find out she was actually a senior in high school. And I said, wait a minute, you're still in high school? And she said, yeah. Even though she was 18, legally she was technically of age, but she was a senior in high school. And she ended up saying, she said, you would love my mom. I said, oh, really? Show me a picture of your mom. So she pulled out her straight smartphone, and her mom was attractive, like her. And so she put me in contact with her mom, and me and her mom started having phone sex. And anyway, at one point in one of our phone sex conversations, I just asked her, I said, um, who does your daughter? I said, because she let me know that she preferred brothers. I said, who does your daughter primarily date? Did she date brothers, white dudes, or mixture of both? She said, well, right now she's dating this biracial guy, but she said, I guess I consider him black. But she said, I definitely don't want her dating any white guys. I said, really? She said, no, I want to train her to love ND. I said, oh, so you're one of those, huh? She said, yeah.
Mm.
She said, I want my daughter. She said, because it's the best. I said, you ain't gonna get no argument out of me. But yeah,
Wow.
that's the thing. When you get into like BDSM, polyamory, particularly the way I have over the last 3 decades, let's put it like this: nothing anybody puts out there will raise your eyebrows. Nothing that anybody. If I had to generalize a state that's here's what's interesting. California is the number one state, according to an article I read, that has the highest percentage of people involved in BDSM and polyamory and swinging. But guess what state is most known for that, specifically among black folk?
What
I found
state?
this out about maybe 10 years ago.
What's that?
Maryland, which doesn't, on
Really?
outward appearance, not that you can judge any state, I mean, until you live there, but that kind of, I don't know why, that kind of surprised me. It doesn't seem like it would be that free spirited of a state. But yeah, Maryland has the highest percentage of private party clubs and organizations geared towards people in BDSM, polyamory, and swinging for black
I
people.
thought it was California and Atlanta.
No, California is for just regardless of race. But again,
Mm.
specifically black people is Maryland.
Right.
Atlanta's not, Georgia's probably not too far behind for black people exclusively. Yeah.
Right. Wow, that's crazy. I wouldn't have thought that.
So
I
what
didn't even
usually,
know.
more thing that usually
Go
happens
ahead.
is when the bull hot wife cuckold arrangement, a lot of times, if you're the bull and you fucking the hot wife, the cuckold husband or boyfriend, he's in the room with you. He's in the room with you.
And he's watching his wife
Oh yeah,
get
he's watching.
fucked by another man?
Yeah, he's watching. He's watching you bone his wife. He gets off on it.
Crazy. Wow. Yeah. Didn't know. I mean, I didn't think that black people were into BDSM that much, like white people are.
Most people don't. So that, yeah, your perception is not too far off from the average. I just over the last, I say 10 years or so, I've heard so many black people, both male and female, say that. They say, I never knew, but I ain't think black people were into BDSM. And well, I would say statistically, they're probably still not into it to the same degree that white people are. So I think if they were to do some kind of serious study, they would find that black people still overall as a group have not caught up to white people in both lifestyle, both BDSM and polyamory, but they're definitely more into it than. Well, I'll tell you somebody who did had a TV show on Netflix that was promoting black polyamory was Spike Lee. One of his first movies was called "She's Gotta Have It," and he created a TV version for Netflix about, I want to say about what, 5 years ago. And the lead female character, she was polyamorous. She basically had like 3 long-term boyfriends. She had 3 long-term black male lovers. Because that's how the original movie was. In the original movie, She's Gotta Have It. Yeah, the female character. That was one of the first movies actually that showed a black woman having multiple long-term lovers.
Wow. Now I'm still thinking about this stuff. It's like,
Oh yeah, it blows a lot of people's mind, particularly people who totally haven't even get there. Now, here's the thing: a lot of people tend to assume that when you turn to polyamory, it's going to ruin the relationship or ruin the marriage, and sometimes it does. And when I do consultations, I warn couples that it can, produce some disastrous results if the people involved are very territorial, possessive, jealous types. But I also want to point out there's a number of couples that have actually improved their relationship or marriage by opening it up. I remember when I lived in Los Angeles, I was doing a temp assignment in Beverly Hills, and then one of my fellow temp, we got to talk about different stuff, and she ended up telling me about she had a couple that was close friends with her that were headed towards divorce, and they were just arguing all the time and this and that. And then the woman who I was working with, she invited them to a swingers party.
mm-hmm.
And she said they were real reluctant at first, but then they warmed up to it slowly but surely. And then she said, next thing you know, they fully immersed themselves in it. And she said their marriage had never been better.
Wow. Yeah, the only thing I like about BDSM is the whole sub-dom, daddy-dom thing, The other stuff seems a little too far-fetched, but...
Yeah, well, that's a particular fetish within there's a lot of specific fetishes within the world of BDSM, and one of them, you mentioned daddy. There's one specifically called the daddy dom or daddy daughter fetish. Where the woman plays the role of the naughty stepdaughter, and it kind of has hints of incestuousness in it, and
Incestuous? Wait, what?
incestuousness.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. The littles. I was hearing about something called littles. Can you explain that?
Littles?
Yeah.
No, that might be one of those levels. I told you there's different levels, and I can be honest with you. I'm not even familiar with that.
It's when women act like little girls.
Oh, there's another term for that then. I know what you're talking about then. That's more formally, that's in the BDSM lesson, that's called age play. That's called age play. But yeah, there's some people who get into that. Yeah, where a woman, takes on a persona of, like, say, I don't know, a 10-year-old girl or something like that. Yeah, that's called age play. That's not a kink I've ever been into.
Yeah, no, because I've heard of it. Like, I did a little bit of, I tried to do some research before I talked to you, and that was one of them that I came across. And it was weird because it's like she was literally dressed like a little girl, and he was acting.
They do it. Yep. Yeah, they even the guys do that. There's some guys who are in the age play that they'll put on a diaper and have a pacifier in their mouth. And there's a bunch of unique kinks. Like the biggest website known for both BDSM and polyamory is a site called FET Life. FET is short for fetish. FET Life, FET life.com.
Okay.
And you can find every specific kink and fetish that you can ever imagine on that website. They'll have groups in your area, your city, your county, your state. I'm not active on there anymore. There was a stretch I was actually very active on FetLife. But yeah, they have. Yeah. Matter of fact, going back to the cuckold thing, do you know there's some white male cuckolds that are into a breeding fetish?
What's
Well,
that?
technically, that's what that woman wanted me to get into. You can say technically, when I told you about the woman wanted me to get her daughter pregnant, that
Yeah.
would fall in the category of a breed. Yeah, but some white male cuckolds, they specifically want their white wife to get pregnant by a black bull, and
Wow.
they agree to raise that biracial child as their own. That would fall in the category of a breeding fetish.
So what they want to raise that biracial child to also be a bull, or how does that work?
It could go all kinds of ways, man. Um, I would tell you two movies to watch that are related to different parts of this discussion.
Okay.
Um, and most people would expect me to say uh, 50 Shades of Grey. I did not like 50 Shades of Grey. The book was pretty cool, but the movie version, he wasn't a true Dom. He was a punk. Um, Two movies I would recommend is Eyes Wide Shut and Secretary with James Spader. Eyes Wide Shut and Secretary.
Okay. Those are the two movies. You said it was movies or books? I'm sorry.
Yeah, two movies that
Movies.
deal with either BDSM and or polyamory to one degree or another. Well, definitely BDSM would be Secretary. Secretary is arguably one of the top two, top three best movies I've ever seen to do with BDSM. Much better than 50 Shades of Grey. It stars James Spader and Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Mm-hmm.
And then another movie is Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise and his ex-wife Nicole Kidman. There's a scene in there towards the end about this party. I don't want to give a spoiler, but I say this, it's deep because it's real. If anybody's involved in both lifestyles, they know that shit's real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe I'll put that down for movie night. That sounds like two good movies. What is it called? Eyes Wide Shut and what else?
Eyes Wide Shut and Secretary with James Spader.
And Secretary. Okay, I wrote those down so I can watch them. Okay, so the next question I have for you is, what made you start your podcast show, The Erotic Conversationalist? And how did you become a phone sex gigolo?
It's so funny, Melody, when you ask me your questions.
I had to ask.
See, that's what you did with Sister Georgia Concrete Rose. Sometimes you sound all sweet, innocent, and you'd be like, so, Lisa, when did you first get fucked in the ass?
But I'm not that bad with you, am I?
No, you've been good with me, but when
Okay.
I was listening to you and Sister Georgia Concrete Rose, man, you was coming out with some questions. I was like, I don't believe Melody, you would ask it so matter-of-factly.
Well, I do that with people that I really like, and Sister George and Concrete and you are people that I really adore, so I might do that from time to time.
But yeah, both questions are good questions because here's the interesting thing about my phone sex habit. It's very interesting and kind of ironic because when I first learned about phone sex, I didn't like it. I used to talk about on my blog talk radio show. I didn't like it because phone sex first came around. Like young people today, they start, based on what I've heard, they start early, like in sometimes middle school having phone sex. I didn't hear about the concept of phone sex until I was about 24, 25 years old, which would have been about 1987, 1988. When you would watch cable channels late at night, they would have all these commercials for them. It would say, "Are you horny? You can call 1-900 hard cock." And so I got curious, so I called a couple of these numbers, and the women would sound all fake, and I didn't like that. When I would call the 1-900 number, they sound just like I was talking like, "Hey, big boy, what is your name?" And I would say, "Ralph." They say, "Hey, Ralph, I bet you got a big cock." And I would just start dogging them out. I'd be like, no, what I would do is I mock them. Just like I'm imitating the voice now, I would start mocking them. And they would say, "Hey, quit mocking me." And I'd be like, "Hey, I'll stop mocking you when you get real." And they would just hang up on me. So anyway, long story short, I didn't like this shit. I was like, man, I don't know why these people. That's cute. The 1-900.
Yeah, that is cute.
So yeah, the 1-900 type phone sex, it turned me on because again, the women always sounded all phony and scripted. Now fast forward to about 1991, I was dating this woman, and then we ended up splitting cities. First we were in the same city, then she moved to a different city. And whenever we would talk on the phone, she liked to reminisce on, our past sex episodes. And she would be like, remember this time when we did this, or remember this time when you fucked me this way? And my dick would get hard. So I'd end up stroking it and talking dirty, and she'd be talking dirty back and playing with herself. And then after we both come, she would say, "Ooh, that was a hot episode of phone sex." And I would say, "That wasn't phone sex." She would be like, "Yes, it was. We both were talking dirty.
Yeah.
And we both masturbated. That was phone sex." I said, "No, I just consider that more of an erotic conversation. I don't consider that phone sex." Now, keep that in mind, what I said. Erotic conversation, which leads to your second question about why did I start my show, Erotic Conversation. I said, that's more of an erotic conversation. So interesting enough, something interesting happened. She ended up kissing and telling with some of her female coworkers about my phone sex talents. And I had these strange women calling me saying, "Is this Alan?" I'd be like, "Yeah, it was this. Denise, I work with your girlfriend." And she said, "You real nasty." I said, "Oh, really?" And the next thing you know, I was having phone sex with her coworkers. And she was like, she would juice my head up. She was like, "Alan, you were good. You were really good at this phone sex thing." And go ahead.
No, I was saying, did you make a lot of money off of it?
Well, that's what I was going to get to next. At first, I was just doing it for free. The first time I charged, well, technically it's two origin stories as far as me charging for it. First came in 1999. They used to have this thing called Love at AOL. It was basically like online dating, one of the first things for online dating. And I met this attractive Hawaiian woman on Love at AOL, and we started having phone sex. And then honestly, I got tired of after about maybe the 10th conversation we had, but she wanted to keep going. So when she heard me being reluctant to continue our phone sex, she said, "I'll pay you some money." And I was kind of struggling at the time. So I said, "Shit, nah, you can't afford me." I started being cocky. I was like, "You can't afford me." She said, "Okay, what's your rate?" And first I said something ridiculous. I said like $500 a month. She said, "Nah, yeah, you're right. I can't afford that. Not for no phone sex." Then she said, "Well, what about 200?" I said, 250. She said, "Deal." And so she started paying me $250 a month.
Wow.
To have
You must have been
multiple
that
phone
good.
sex conversations with her. Then I started having phone sex with her sister, who was equally attractive. So that was technically the first time I got paid was in 1999. I was living in Los Angeles. But when I more so consider the more official beginning was in 2003. I had now left LA and came back to the Midwest. And there's a frat brother of mine who also was living in LA. He came back. He came back after me. He came back in spring of 2003. And I ran into him a few times socially, and he was with like I ran into him, let's say 3 different times, and each time he's with a different woman. And I was like, let's call him A. That's the first initial, his first name. I said, "Yo, A, man, how you just get back here from Los Angeles and I done seen you with all these multiple women? Don't look like women that grew up in the Gary, Indiana area. I ain't never seen these women before." He said, "Oh man, I'm on this site. It's like the black equivalent to Match.com. It's called Black People Meet." I said, "I ain't
Mhm.
never heard of that." He said, "Oh, you should check it out, man. There's a lot of women, man, on there, man. And if if they consider you good looking, they ready to get down, man." I said, "Oh, okay." So I got on Black People Meet, and I connected with a few women locally, but I wasn't really connecting with that many women locally. But I was a lot of women who lived in cities way far from me was loving my pictures and my profile, and they would be writing me notes like, "Oh, you handsome," and this type of stuff. So anyway,
Right.
skipping on Miss Lane's details, I meet first this one woman. Let's call her woman number one. We start having phone sex. Then a couple weeks later, I met woman number two. We started having phone sex. Then I
Mm.
met woman number three, and we started having phone sex. Then, interesting coincidence, each of those three women said, "You know what I think would be hot?" I said, "What?" They said, "A phone sex threesome. I want to hear you making another woman play with her pussy on the phone." I said, "Oh, really?"
Oh, y'all was nasty,
Yeah,
nasty.
he was nasty. So I started having phone sex. I never had phone sex with all three at the same, although I have had phone sex with three or more women at the same time before. But with these particular three women, I would either have a phone sex threesome with one and two, or two and three, or one and three.
Okay.
And similar to my ex girlfriend who shared my phone sex talents with her coworkers, these women start telling their girlfriends about me. So one day I'm doing a three-way call with two of the three, and they said, "Alan, can we propose something to you?" I said, "What?" They said, "We want to pimp you out." And I started laughing. I said, "Yeah, okay, funny." They said, "No, really. We've been talking to some women that are very interested in you phone fucking them, and they're willing to pay you money for it." And I was like, "Get out of here." But a part of me believed them because I thought about what happened in 1999. This was 2003. So there was a small part of me that was like, okay, I can believe, but then there was another skeptical part of me. So anyway, skipping on Miss Lane's details, they said, okay, check it out, Alan. Let us set up this website. We're gonna send you the website for your approval, and then we're gonna make it happen. So Yahoo used to have this thing called GeoCities, where any amateur could create an amateur website.
Mhm.
So they created this website, and it had my picture on it, and it just showed me holding a phone up to my face, and it said something to the effect of, "Ladies, are you in between relationships? Do you own a vibrator or a dildo, and it have a lot of fantasies that you want to come to life? Then you need to call me, Alan, aka the king of verbal seduction," which is a nickname I got from some women when I lived in Los Angeles. They gave me this nickname, the king of verbal seduction and erotic dirty talk. And
Mm.
so they said, it said, "I don't charge per se, but I accept all donations of gratitude via PayPal." Now, here's what blew my mind. It ain't too much can blow my mind. Melody,
Mhm.
over the next 9 to 12 months, how many female clients would you estimate that I would accumulate?
Over the next couple of months,
Next
uh,
9 to 12 months after you
9 to 12
set up the website.
months. Well, knowing you, probably hundreds.
Yeah, it was. I thought I would get maybe, on the modest end, I thought I would get maybe 50 clients.
Mhm.
Being more generous, I thought I would get maybe a little over 100. Shh. By the 9 month mark, I had over 500 clients.
I knew it. Yep.
Right. I've people who watch my channel and people who've been following for a while know this. I've actually had phone sex with more women in my adult life than I've actually had physical sex. Now my physical sex partners is in the hundreds, but I've had phone sex with a minimum of about 2,100 women.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And
That's
yeah, but from 2003 to 2009, I talk about this. Don't know one book of mine, I mention it, is in my book, Who Said Again. Yeah, that's when I came with the term, because that's not really an official term. I came up with phone sex gigolo. I was for about at least a 6-year period. I was a phone sex gigolo. Women would pay me the phone fuck them, and I'm talking about some really good looking professional. Like I had one woman, she was a judge. She was a judge, and she was used to men talking to her with a high degree of deference and respect. He said, I bet they was all, nah, you wrong on that, Dane. Now, percentage of them were white women, but not all, no.
I would think
I
the
would
same thing.
say at least 40 to 50% of the women who paid me for phone sex were black women. Yeah, I say no less than 40% of the women who paid me for phone sex were black women. But what was I saying? I lost my train of thought.
You was talking about the paying for phone sex, the women.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, I've had phone sex with, 2,100 women plus women, and a sizable percentage of those women, yeah, pay me for it, and yeah, it was just a trip. I was talking about a judge. Yeah, I said one career-wise, she was a judge. And see, this lets you know about a lot of women. This goes back to the whole switch personality thing. One of the reasons she got off on my phone sex is that every guy she said she interacted with in her real life, they would always treat her with the utmost respect because she was a judge. Whereas what would make her come, I would talk to her like she was just a two-bit hoe. I would be like, bitch, play with your pussy, fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Say yes, sir. She'd be like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said, yeah, play with that fucking pussy. Fucking no good bitch. Give a fuck if you're a judge, you no good bitch. That was, oh man, she comes so hard. Now, part two of your question is, you said, how did your phone sex lead into the erotic conversationalist?
Yeah.
Well, as you know, I had a 9-year show called Upfront and Straightforward on Blog Talk Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, I always get teased about my quote unquote potty mouth. When I first started my show on Blog Talk Radio, Upfront and Straightforward, I actually used to be very tame with my language. I was like PG-13. And then, have you ever heard of a woman named Alexis K. Tyler?
No, I haven't.
She was well known. She's based in Atlanta. And let's put it this way. Here would be one way to describe Alexis K. Tyler. She was kind of to the internet back in around 2005, 2006, 2007, what Kevin Samuels is to the internet now. She like kind of exploded in popularity. Like there was a bunch of people on the internet talking about Alexis K. Tyler because she was so outspoken, particularly as it relates to stuff to do with sex. She started off on this access channel in Atlanta. Each cable channel has like what's known as a public access channel. And she used to be on a public access channel just, oh, you're talking about a potty mouth. I mean, her main thing was she would scold other women. She would say, okay, this guy said he's familiar with Alexis K. Yeah, her main thing was pussy power. That was her mantra at the time. It was pussy power. And one thing she would admonish other women and other black women about is something related to what I talk about in my books, is the wholesome pretender type. In fact, I never finished describing my 5 archetypes. But anyway, wholesome pretender and erotic hypocrite would be a woman that is publicly always tries to present herself as the innocent, wholesome, good girl, but behind closed doors, she's a kinky freak. Mm-hmm. And so Alexa's big thing was she would tell the women, oh, y'all know y'all got a freaky side. Y'all know y'all got a slut side. Y'all know y'all love y'all some black dick. Y'all be all up here at these churches and out in public acting blushing at the mere mention of sex and acting like y'all all good girls. Y'all know y'all freaks. Y'all know y'all be dickmatized by these good guys, this good dick guy. I mean, she would go in.
Yeah, she was.
And anyway, we became cool. And she had a show. She ended up getting a show on Blog Talk Radio. So what the deal was, when I'd be on my show, Upfront and Straightforward, again, I was actually tame. I would only use minimal profanity. I would try to avoid sexually explicit language.
Mhm.
But then when I for about a 3 month stretch, I was a guest co-host on her show. And on her show, I would be nasty. Just downright nasty. And so she wrote me one day, she said, Alan, what are you doing to my listeners? I said, what are you talking about? She said, I'm getting ready to send you a print screen of some emails I'm getting from some of my listeners about you. And all these women were like, oh, Alexis, please have Alan come back on. He gets my pussy so wet. Oh, he's so nasty. God, he always be talking nasty, get me so wet. And I was like, damn, I didn't know I was having that effect on your listening audience. She's like, oh, yeah, I got a whole bunch of women. They ready to fuck you tomorrow.
Wow.
But then she started criticizing me. She said, how come you never show this side on your own show? I said, well, she said, well, nothing. She said, when I'm listening to some of the episodes of your show that upfront and straightforward, she said, you ain't never nasty with these women on your own show. She said, you need to do one or two things. You need to become more nasty on your own show, or if you don't want to do that, develop a separate show that shows your nasty side. But if you get this type of reaction, you need to take advantage of it. So that's what led to me starting my show, The Erotic Conversationalist. And yeah, I would
Love that
interview
story.
women about usually about something to do with sex. Now here was the thing. I would never obligate my guests to play with their pussies. But I
Mhm.
would tell them ahead of time, I would say, I'm gonna be talking dirty. And I would say most women, my dirty talk has an effect on them. And they would say, yeah, some of them would be like, yeah, right. They would have this attitude like, yeah, you ain't gonna get me to play with myself. And some of them same women who said that, I had them playing with themselves like crazy. And I was getting download after download. Like I did this interview with this sister named Brandy. Shoot, I had like 50,000 downloads for that show. That was more than what I was getting from my regular upfront and straightforward show. And but then I started being nasty even with some of the women on my regular show. Like, yeah, a couple times I made like this white woman from Australia. I had her playing with herself with her husband in the room.
Is that the one you were telling me about?
I don't know if that was the same one. There's a few. No, that was a different one. I know which one you. No, the first one I told you about was black. I was a black
Okay.
woman. The one that's on my outro where she says, "You're dominating me right now." Yeah, that's a sister. She's black. The woman I
Okay.
just mentioned, she's actually also on my outro. The second woman I'm talking about, if you listen to my outro, she just very briefly says, she says, "You're the king, Alan," and that's actually from our interview. Again, her husband was in the room with her, but I said, tell me I'm the motherfucking king. She said, oh, you're the king, Alan. You're the king, Alan. I said, so,
Wow.
yeah. She said, you're the king, Alan. Yeah.
You
So
really had these women turned on. That's it's
uh,
amazing.
I had a what?
I said you really had these women turned on. I said that's amazing.
What did I have turned on? What was what?
No, the women.
Women were
I'm
what?
saying you had the women that you were speaking to turned on. I said that's amazing.
Uh, uh, they were just turned on. You could have went ahead and said, you had that pussy wet.
Hey, I can't say that right now.
She's like, Alan, you don't realize the Google police is monitoring you. They can't be using that explicit language.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
you're
but
funny.
yeah, but yeah, I've had one of the hottest I had on my regular show, Upfront and Straightforward, was I had two women. Let's call one Cece. Cece is actually a switch. She has dominant tendencies and submissive tendencies. So I
Hmm.
was telling Cece to make this other woman, let's call the second woman Michelle. I had Cece telling Michelle to play with her pussy for me. And it was funny because I think you know how guys are. whenever guys want to give you a compliment, either related to your looks or related to, maybe your verbal seduction talents,
Mm-hmm.
they'll always have to let you know that they're all the way heterosexual by saying, hey, Alan, man, no homo, but, and then they'll go ahead and give you the compliment.
Oh my
It's always
God.
crazy when guys do. They say, hey, Alan, man, hey, no homo, but blah, 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 blah. And that's during that episode. I remember there's a lot of guys in my chat room because Blog Red had a similar chat rooms to like a YouTube live stream. And there's all these dudes listening. They was like, hey, man, Alan, man, hey, no homo, man, but this discussion, man, get my dick hard to the motherfucker, man. I'm ready to jack off, man. This some this some hot shit, man. Damn, man, you got to
Really?
dominate both these bitches, man. This is some hot ass shit, man. I get that actually from some male uh, listeners of my Ooh Say It Again audiobook, because in my Ooh Say It Again audiobook, I told you I have 6 verbal seduction stories. At
Mm-hmm.
least 4, if not 5 of the 6 are pretty explicit and pretty hot. And I get a whole bunch of feedback from women. The women love them. But I've even had a few dudes, they'd be like, hey, man, the first half of that audiobook, man, I learned a lot, man, about reading body language. And if you don't mind, man, the second half of them verbal, like, no homo, man, no homo. But damn, man, that was some hot shit, man. Like, you be talking dirty to
Wow.
women, man. Damn, man, that shit had my dick hard, man. I mean, like, where you learn how to do that, man? Like, you got a knack for getting women's pussies wet, man, with like just talking to them, man. I don't know how to do that shit.
I
It
can't
would always
believe
crack
the
me up.
men were saying that as well. That's funny.
Yeah, yeah. Because a lot of men, and this is one of the things that contributes to my coaching, because when I was younger, you could say I almost gave a lot of men too much credit. I used to think all men could talk dirty to women. But the women I would fuck with would be the ones who would tell me otherwise. They would say, oh, Alan, you are so good at talking dirty. Oh my God. And I'd be like, well, wasn't other guys you dealt with? And they would look at me most time like, oh, hell no. And I'd be like, really? They'd be like, no, no, most men, Like a lot of women would tell me some guys they had sex with wouldn't talk dirty at all, and the ones who did just wasn't good at it.
Right.
And so yeah, I would say probably, at the risk of sounding like I'm tooting my horn, I'd say on average probably 4 out of every 5 women that I've had sex with, particularly casual sex, has told me that I was the best lover they ever had in terms of erotic dirty talk. Most of them would say, Alan, I ain't met a guy who came close to you. These other guys, they just don't. They just sound either corny or they sound too abrasive, and it's just something off about them. But they just not really good at it. But that's part of my coaching. I teach guys, and I'm not successful with all my male clients, but I have had some success stories. Like, matter of fact, earlier in this conversation, we were talking about high schoolers being my clients. I was just telling my wife about this story not too long ago. I had a guy, he lived in London. He was a high schooler. And he wrote me and said, Alan, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I am a senior in high school in London. And he said, now I'm popular among everybody. The jocks like me, all the cool kids like me, because I have a reputation for being a master of dirty talk. And it's all thanks to your audio book, Ooh, Say It Again. And I think he mentioned erotic conversation. He said when he was a freshman, he was like this total nerd geek type guy who didn't know shit about talking dirty to girls. And he said he was kind of like an outsider, which happens, of course, a lot at different high schools, both guys and girls. And then he said he discovered me the summer in between his sophomore and junior year in high school. That's when he discovered my books. And he said he took particular interest in my Ooh Say It Again audiobook. He said he literally would listen to it like every other day. He would just listen to it over and over and over again. And he listened to like at least 3 or 4 episodes of Erotic Conversations. Anyway, he said by the beginning of his senior year, he said all the girls would like be like, "Oh, you are so good at talking dirty. oh, you were so good. He said he would just smile like, yeah, yeah.
You know
But he
what?
really did. He said it boosted his whole. He said he literally gave me the credit. He said, Alan, I don't want to overdo it in my compliments, but he said me learning how to talk dirty from you made the last 2 years of high school 10 times more enjoyable. He said, I started off as like this nobody nerd geek that nobody wanted to eat lunch with. He said, now that I'm a senior, he said, man, like the athletes, they be like, hey, man, can you teach me how to talk to girls like that? And, he said, I'm popular, man. He said, I owe it all to you, man. I owe it all to you, Alan, man. You're the man, man. You're the man. And I kind of lightheartedly teased him. I said, man, technically, you weren't supposed to be listening to my Ooh Said Again audiobook.
Right, it's for women, right? That's what it's mainly for.
No, it's for men, but I mean age-wise. Age-wise, I don't really like guys younger than 18 listening to my audiobooks, particularly Who Said Again. But when he first listened to it, he was like 15, I think 15 years old, 15, no more than 16.
Yeah.
But, it helped him. So, but now you asked, it's not for women, but that's the number one audiobook I get the most feedback from women on. Out of my 4 audiobooks, yeah, I would say the most feedback I get for any of my 4 audiobooks is Who Said Again, and a distant second would be Mo 1. The other 2 audiobooks, women actually don't like. Women don't like Possibility of Sex. Matter of fact, some women actually hate that audiobook. And same with Beta Male Revolution. I say at least 2/3 of women who've listened to Beta Male Revolution, they didn't like it. But it's mainly because I'm calling them out. See, those 2 books, I call out women on a lot of their bullshit, a lot of their manipulative tendencies, how they use men, exploit men. Of course, they don't want to be called out on that shit. So yeah, a lot of women don't like Possibility of Sex or Beta Male. But yeah, women like they love Who Said Again, and to a lesser extent, they love Mo 1.
Yeah, I mean, of course, women aren't gonna like manosphere talking points. Women hate them, so they're not gonna like your books. But deep down inside, they like the seductive stuff.
Oh yeah,
That's how I feel.
they definitely love the seductive stuff. And why do they love the seductive stuff, Melanie? Say because you get their pussy wet.
You're trying to get me killed up here.
Just say, Alan, because you get their pussy wet.
I can't say that. I don't want to say that on my stream.
Okay.
But no, you know exactly
I
why.
ain't gonna put you on the spot, then.
Yeah, don't put me on the spot, but yeah, that's exactly why. So I'm gonna move on to the next question now.
Okay, move on to the next question.
Okay, so what are the 5 types of women men should avoid and why?
Repeat that one more time.
What are the 5 types of women men should avoid and why?
I ain't gonna want to detail. I just say get my book, No Free Attention. Well, I really technically talk about it in 2 books. The last 5 chapters of my book, The Possibility of Sex, and the last 5 chapters of my book, No Free Attention, is those 2. Well, technically, No Free Attention is a rewrite of The Possibility of Sex, but I modified and added some stuff, so it's not a exact rewrite. But I was just mentioning. See, in the same way, Who Said Again is my most loved book, and particularly audiobook by women. On the exact opposite end, Possibility of Sex is my most hated book by women. Women can't stand that book it's because plain and simple because I call out them, and I'll go ahead and say it, but I ain't gonna go into too much detail because I want guys to read the book or listen to the audiobook. But yeah, the way those 2 books are structured, like I'll start with No Free Attention. No Free Attention, in the first is 10 chapters divided in 2 parts. So part 1, the first 5 chapters, I go into detail about how men's fear of rejection weakens their behavior in general towards women, and more specifically, it weakens their verbal communication style.
Right.
So that's what I mainly talk about in the first 5 chapters. Yeah, because a lot of guys try to deny it in the manosphere, both the worldwide and black manosphere. But the reality is, man, the more afraid you are of being rejected by a woman or receiving a negative reaction from a woman, the more your verbal communication style is going to be more hesitant, more cautious, more dishonest, more disingenuous, more misleading and manipulative, more beat around the bush, more vague and ambiguous. See, my biggest strength as a verbal communicator is that I don't give a fuck about being rejected or receiving a negative reaction. You know, I've heard guys in this space say, oh, well, Alan's had success with women with that Mo 1 stuff because he's good looking or because, you know, he has a masterful mouthpiece
That's the
or
one I
whatever.
hear all the time, the good looking thing.
No, the biggest, I always say my single biggest strength, if I had to narrow it down to one thing and one thing only, is that I'm not afraid of rejection. Most guys are.
Right. I was going to ask you, how did you overcome your fear of instant rejection?
Would I get into too long story? This relates to my origin story, how I even came up with the concept of one. It started with the summer the summer after I graduated from high school and before I started my first year of college. A friend of mine, there's this family that my mother and father was tight with. And by virtue of that, we were close to their sons. They had 3 sons. And one of them, he had this interesting habit of, most guys, when they watch porn, they watch porn to masturbate. But this particular friend, he liked to watch porn and look for comedy moments. He would look for things in the porn that he thought was just funny or just crazy or out of the ordinary. So he put in this one porn movie called Talk Dirty to Me. And the lead character was this slacker womanizer named Jack, played by this late, great porn star named John Leslie. And in the opening scene of that movie, his friend twists his ankle. He takes him to a doctor. And basically, you can say he's Mo. Remember I talked about the 3 versions of Mo 1? He starts being Mo 1 hardcore with this doctor. Let me respond to this real quick. Azon Summer says, if you're ugly, that shit doesn't work. Shit, if you're ugly, if a woman thinks you're ugly, nothing works. Shit, I would say half the time tricking don't even work if a woman thinks you're butt ugly. So let's stop that noise with, well, if you're ugly, Mo 1 don't work. What does work when you're butt ugly? Again, I know women who won't even accept money for sex if they think you repulsively ugly. So it kills me when guys say that, well, if you're unattractive, Mo 1 doesn't work. Shit, motherfucker, what does? What does work? What works like a charm if a woman's not physically attracted to you?
Well, if you're ugly, you got to have other things like money, resources.
No, I'm telling you, even I know women who've rejected motherfuckers with money because they found them repulsively unattractive.
True.
So, you know, I hate the implication that, well, if you're unattractive, you'll have success with Mo 2 or Mo 3, but you won't have success with Mo 1. That's bullshit. If a woman is fine, again, if a woman just is not physically attracted to you, doesn't find you sexually appealing in any way, in worst case scenario, you ain't gonna have sex with her at all. And in best case scenario, you're gonna have to drop some serious coin. You're gonna have to drop some serious coin and basically resort to tricking or being a sugar daddy. Now there are some women, like that's what prostitutes are trained to do. Street prostitutes, call girls, escorts, all of those women are professionally trained to have sex with guys who they find physically repulsive because they want that money. And here I'm gonna give a little trick that most guys should know, but a lot of guys don't. You know what, particularly for the street prostitutes, you know what they do? I'm gonna tell you, Melody, you might even know this already. You know what they do? When they are in the company of a guy who they just find ugly? See, first I'm gonna ask you this question. What's the difference between, say, a street prostitute, professional call girl, and an upscale erotic escort? Do you know any distinction between how they operate?
No. Educate me.
I'll tell you. Street prostitutes usually have a pimp. You rarely, if ever, going to find a woman who's a street prostitute that doesn't have a pimp. Whereas women who are professional call girls and escorts, they don't have a pimp. They might have a madam, which is kind of almost similar, the female equivalent to a pimp, but they don't have pimps. So that's one distinction. Mm-hmm. And one other major distinction is what you're paying for. For a street prostitute, you're paying by orgasm. For a professional call girl, you're paying usually by the hour. In some cases, the half hour, but usually by the hour.
Right.
Escorts, upscale erotic escorts, you're paying by the day or the weekend or the week. At minimum, the day, at maximum, the week. Some might even go as far as a month, but they're very expensive. Oh, yeah, and their rates, that would be the third thing. Their rates are different. Cheapest of the three is going to be the street prostitute. The medium is going to be the professional call girl. The most expensive is going to be the upscale erotic escort. Now, specifically emphasizing the street prostitute, we on the subject of women having sex with guys that they don't find physically attractive. One way, since with a street prostitute, you pay about an orgasm, one of the things street prostitutes do is they'll try to hurry up and grab a guy's dick and jack him off. They don't even want that guy's dick in their pussy, particularly a guy who they think is just ugly, unattractive. What they'll do is they'll quickly get some lubricant and they'll say, oh, don't this feel good? Don't this feel good? And say the dude is like, oh, but I want to fuck you. I don't want a hand job. I want to fuck. She's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to let you get to that. Oh, but don't this feel good? Don't this feel good? And of course, the dude's like, and then he comes. And then she's like, okay, baby, take care. He's like, wait a minute, I didn't get to fuck you. But you came, though.
Right.
And see, if he tries to get, disorderly and say, oh, but I paid you to fuck you, then she calls a pimp. And that's when he intervenes. He like, motherfucker, I'll whoop your ass. Get your gooky ass out of here. But yeah, that's one of their tricks. Is they'll try to get you to have orgasm, preferably through a hand job. And the second option would be a blowjob rather than you have orgasm, because they don't want, and that mainly applies to guys that they just consider like ugly, or they just are physically repulsed by. They don't want that guy to enter in their body. Even with a condom or nothing, they don't want that dude entering their body. So they'll try to quickly jack them off to make them come. Because again, street prostitutes, you pay by the orgasm.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, I got sidetracked with that dude's comment. We were talking about, what were we talking about? We were talking about, I know. No frigid. Okay, so yeah, rejection. A lot of guys are afraid of rejection. I just did. I've done multiple videos about that. And you can't be more one if you're profoundly afraid of rejection. Secondly, negative reaction. Oh, you asked me. You said, Alan. I know what the question was. You said, Alan, what helped you get over that?
Exactly.
Here's one of the things that helped me get over that. I ain't gonna say this is the only thing, but it's probably the most prominent thing. I watched this movie called Talk Dirty to Me. Matter of fact, if you watch my videos, you'll see it over my right shoulder. I got a post on the wall from that movie, Talk Dirty to Me. Mm-hmm. And Jack, he starts talking dirty. Basically, you can say he's more one hardcore with this doctor. And at first, she has this real negative reaction. She's like, call him all kinds of names and saying, oh, you're a jerk, you're an asshole, and your dirty talk is not turning me on, and blah, 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 blah. But then there comes a moment where he breaks her, or that's what I like to call it. He breaks her. And then she does a 180. And when I first saw that blew my mind. That was like, as they call them, an epiphany moment for me. And it ultimately led to my Mode 1 concept. Because I was like, remember when we were talking about early in the conversation, we were talking about sexual duplicity, how women play a role?
Yes.
That was my first sexually duplicity-oriented epiphany, because I was like, wait a minute. So you telling me that women will fake like they're offended by your sex talk, but they're really not? And it's funny because at the time, my older brother was with me, And I'll never forget, he told me at the time, he said, bro, don't take this serious, man. It's a porn movie, man. It's scripted for him to get the pussy, man. This shit, his keywords were, he said, man, this shit would never work in real life, man. It'll never work in real life, man. You get slapped to have a drink thrown in your face, man. This shit ain't gonna work in real life. You can't just meet a woman and 5 minutes in the conversation start talking about fucking her and shit and putting your dick in her mouth, man. Come on, man. And at the time I was like, yeah, okay, I guess you're right, bro. Yeah, okay. Now fast forward 3 years later, and this is part of my backstory. I was having this conversation with these three members of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and we were talking about different stuff. And at one point, one of the sorority sisters said, Alan, can I pick your brain about something? I said, sure, go ahead. She said, why do men tell so many lies and play so many games? I said, oh, that's just, par for the course. She said, no, I mean, I'm tired of it. We all tired of it. I mean, like, I can't stand these men who give you the impression that they really want to be your boyfriend, but then after you let them sex you up 3 times, 5 times, whatever, all of a sudden you just don't hear from them again. Like, what's up? And she said, that includes a lot of your frat brothers. My fraternity is Kappa Alpha Psi. And I said, well, that's easy. Most of these men basically want casual sex, but they're scared that if they straightforwardly tell you that, they're going to get rejected.
Right.
And I never forget the look on these women's face. They gave each other, and you a woman, so you know what I'm talking about. Young women, well, men know how to do it to a certain degree too, but women know how to cut each other these looks where they're like almost communicating with their eyes. And they all start communicating with their eyes. And then the one woman said something to the effect that, Alan, you just don't get us. And I said, what do you mean? She said, you don't think us women have the same delineations that you do? She said, she went on to say, and I'm paraphrasing her words, she went on to say, she said, we just like y'all. Like in the same way how y'all have certain women y'all look at as girlfriend and wife material, and then you got other women you look at as just casual fuck buddy material. She said, we the same way. A lot of y'all dudes, we look at some dudes as just fuck buddy material. And we look at other guys as boyfriend and husband material. And when you have other guys, we look at just platonic friend material.
Right.
So she went on to basically say, I don't understand why y'all feel the need to play all these games, thinking we're going to she said, as far as your argument that guys are scared of rejection, she said, how you know we're going to reject you? If you're that guy we designated as a fuck buddy type, it would behoove you to straightforwardly tell us that all you want is casual sex, because that might be all we want. And that was another epiphany moment. I was like, oh, okay. All right, I got you. So I went back to my friend house and I kind of did an informal survey. And I was like, I just asked a bunch of random frat brothers. I said, let me ask you a question. When you meet a woman and you know that 99% of your interest is just casual sex, do you straight up tell women that? And they was all like, oh, man, you can't just straight up tell a woman you want to fuck them, man. No, man, that'll never work, man. You're going to get rejected left and right. And I said, no, that's some bullshit. So they challenged me. A few of the frat brothers was like, okay, next party we have, we want to see you just straight up tell some women all you want to do is casually fuck them. Man, we're going to be laughing at your ass because you're going to get torched. Right. Well, without getting a longer story, I ended up showing them Mo One work, and they were amazed. They start calling it the Jedi mind trick. That was their nickname for it. They said, damn, they would tell other frat brothers, they say, man, AC, he knows this Jedi mind trick, man. He like tell women straight up, all he trying to do is just fuck them casually, man. And they like be down for the shit, man. And they start calling me the legend. My nickname became D.A. Legend, the legend. So certain forever, when they would introduce me to like say a new acquaintance, they'd be like, yeah, this is my boy AC, man. We call him the legend, man. And of course, people would be like, where you go, man? Man, he just straight up tell women, man, he trying to fuck, man. He don't do none of that bullshit small talk. He just be like, yo, I think you sexy. I'm trying to fuck you. When we gonna make that happen?
Wow. These stories are crazy.
Yeah. If you got Say It Again, I think I did send you a complimentary copy. You probably haven't gotten around to listen to it. My key turning point, I've been talking about these verbal seduction stories. Verbal seduction story number one, you could say that was the key. That's when I went from being mode 2 to pretty much being mode 1 on a permanent basis was verbal seduction story. After verbal seduction story number 1, that's when I was pretty much done with mode 2 and mode 3. I was like, fuck that.
Yeah. So mode 1 is your favorite one. That's the one that works for you.
Yeah, because again, it ain't solely about getting laid. A lot of guys look at mode 1 as a get laid technique. For me, I said this on a recent video, I've said on a number of videos. The desire to get laid for me is more of a secondary priority. The top priority and biggest benefit of mode 1 is more so has to do with when you're dealing with the women who are not interested in having sex with you. Because honestly, if you're in the company of a woman who's interested in having sex with you, yeah, honestly, mode 1 or mode 2 would work. So it ain't like mode 1 necessarily gives you the upper edge. You could get a woman in bed if she's genuinely attracted to you, be in mode 2. But where mode 1 most shines from the other modes is actually when you're dealing with the women who are not interested. See, if you're mode 2 or mode 3 with a woman who's not interested in you, she can play your ass. That's why I wrote my book, The Possibility of Sex. That's the main basis of my book, The Possibility of Sex, or more recently, No Free Attention. Because, okay, I use an example. Melody, let's say I was attracted to you sexually, but I didn't have the balls and backbone to straight up tell you. But you knew deep down I wanted to fuck you. But I'm beating around the bush, and you say, hey, Alan, why don't you take me out to that new French restaurant that they opened up? And I said, well, damn, make that one restaurant that's real expensive. He's like, oh, you can afford it, especially if you want to potentially have fun with me. And me being gullible, I say, yeah, okay, Melody. I'll take you to the So I take you to the restaurant. I buy you a $75 meal. And then you after the dinner, you take that index finger and rub it on my chest. You say, ooh, big boy, that dinner was so good. You know what? You take me to this Japanese restaurant next Friday. I might just have to reward you with something you'll enjoy, using that vague, ambiguous name, and say I'm still gullible. I'm like, yeah, okay, Melody, I'll take you to the 5-star Japanese restaurant next Friday. So we go to that restaurant, I'll buy you an $80 meal. And you're like, oh, you're so handsome. I bet you got a really big dick too. Hey, you know what? I think you should take me to Cancun. And when we get back, oh, I'm really going to reward you. I'm like, damn, that's kind of expensive. You're talking about a flight, hotel? Oh, trust me, it's going to be worth it. So I'm still a gullible simp. I'm like, okay. And I tell my boys, yeah, I know I'm going to be in there now, man, because Melody told me. She said, when we get back from Cancun, some shit's happening. Now, part of this is real shit because I had a buddy who actually he paid for a woman to go to Cancun with her girlfriends, but that's another story. So anyway, let's say I go to Cancun with you, and I come back. And I'm thinking, now I'm in there. I done treated you to a 5-star French restaurant, 5-star Japanese restaurant, and I took you to Cancun. And then you say, hey, Alan, we got to talk. I'm like, what's up? Yeah, I know I'd probably give me an impression we were going to end up dating or having sex, but I just don't see you that way. I see you as more like a friend. But I appreciate you taking me, spending all that money on me. And it was so generous of you. But yeah, I don't think I can bring myself to have sex with you. But, I'll let you watch Space Jam 2 with me, though. Bitch, I don't want to watch Space Jam 2 with you.
And then you feel like you just wasted your money. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, now that might be an extreme example, particularly with the Cancun example. But there's men who get played like that regularly. Again, which is why I wrote my book, The Possibility of Sex. Because when I lived in LA, I used to work at some of the top movie studios like Paramount, Warner Brothers, pretty much all of them at one point, either as a regular job or a long-term temp assignment. And I would work in certain departments with these women who damn near look like Victoria's Secret models, and they would share stories on their lunch hour of using and manipulating dudes. And I would listen, and I would be like, get the fuck out of here. And these women would tell me though, they let me know. Here's what they would basically say in almost every instance. They would say, Alan, we know we could manipulate you like this because you too straightforward. You have a way of forcing women to either reciprocate your interests or reject your interests. But they would say most guys aren't like that. Most guys are vague and ambiguous. They don't have the guts to straight up say, I want to fuck you. So I'm paraphrasing words, but essentially in the next year they would say, we play those motherfuckers. Like one woman, there was this one woman, she had this nice ass house on Malibu that this motherfucker was paying for, hadn't even fucked her yet. If you know about Los Angeles, Malibu is one of the most expensive fucking cities you can live. That's where most of the celebrities live. She had a house on the fucking beach that a motherfucker was paying her mortgage. That all she had done with this motherfucker is make out with him and tongue him, but she had never sucked his dick. He had never fucked her. I was like, that is unfucking believable to me. And she was like, hey, another woman, she had this nice Jaguar that this guy bought for her, hadn't fucked her, hadn't getting his dick sucked yet. I was like, where you mean these motherfuckers at? Who do this shit? And they was like, they're all over. What are you talking? They would treat me like the dumbass. They were like, Ellen, you're not a woman. There are naive, gullible, sexually desperate men all over Los Angeles. And if you're a beautiful, sexy woman that knows how to use your feminine charm to your advantage, you know how to take advantage of these motherfuckers. You take advantage of them with the possibility of fucking them. That's where that title came from, the possibility of sex. In so many words, it was like, the number one way to manipulate any man is give him the misleading impression that one day in the near future, he's going to gain the opportunity to fuck you. But that day, in reality, that day is never coming. Never. But you string them along, banking on the fact that they feel like, well, if I do this, if I buy this car for her, if I pay her mortgage note, if I take her out to this restaurant, if I pay for this trip, I'm going to eventually get that pussy. But their attitude was that day ain't never coming. Now, some guys have angry reactions to that. There's some women who've been raped because of playing those type of games. So I warn women that I'm cool with, like, say, relatives. I say, you don't want to play them type of games with, depending on the dude. Some dudes are just straight up crazy. You cock tease them like that, string them along like that, they gonna put you in a room, they're gonna beat the shit out of you till you unconscious. But so all that to say, going back to the main subject of fear of rejection, yeah, see, when you're not mode 1 and you choose mode 2 or mode 3, on the positive end, there are certain instances you could get laid, be it definitely mode 2, and even in some cases mode 3. But if you run across a woman that's a seasoned, savvy, manipulative time waster type, you're going to get played. I've heard all the horror stories. I've had frat brothers call me in the middle of the night. Man, remember that bitch I introduced you to? Man, that bitch played my ass, man. I done spent like $500 on this bitch, man. And now she going to talk about she just want to be friends and shit. Man, I wanted to beat that bitch's ass, man. She been playing me this whole time. And they think I'm going to be empathetic with them. And I'd be like, but dude, did you tell her straight up you wanted to fuck her? Well, no, man, I wanted to be the gentleman and shit, man. I say, fuck that gentleman shit. Fuck that gentleman shit. If we ain't fucking, we ain't talking. Period. We ain't talking. I ain't take you out to no dinner and you ain't put your lips around my dick. Fuck no. You'd be lucky to get a McDonald's value meal out of my ass. Shit, fuck that. No.
I hear you. So we have some ladies on the panel. I'm sure they want to ask you some questions. Okay. Let's start with Queen. Hey, Queen.
Hey, Melody. What's up?
How you doing, Queen?
I'm doing good. Hello, ARC.
I'm doing good. And Melody, I must like you. When did we start this interview?
4 hours ago. It was a long one.
Yeah, I got so engrossed in the interview, I lost track of time. I'm looking at the clock now. I'm like, shit, that's a fucking almost 4-hour interview. But anyway, yeah, what's up, Queen Q? And I think that's Jessica X, it looked like. I think it is.
No, that's Sexy Red.
Oh,
That
that's
is,
Sexy Red. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, that's
I'm
the
sorry.
Jessica X pose.
The great value, Jessica X.
Okay. All right. So I'm ready for your tough questions. Go ahead and throw them at me.
Go ahead, Queen, you first.
Wow. So I would just want to start off by saying it's a pleasure to speak with you. But honestly, a lot of my questions that I was going to ask have been expounded upon. Like you hit on, like you covered just about everything I
Right.
was going to ask. That was like, I
Oh,
was sitting up there and I
okay.
was like, okay, so let me take note of this. And then it's like you come back and you answer it. So I was like, oh no, he already answered it. So I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation Melody conducted with you.
Yeah, she was thorough with her question. On a side note, another story. I've been having stories throughout this conversation. Here's what's funny, and this takes you back to the subject of haters and critics. Um, when I did my first co-ed speaking engagement, which was in January 2006, there was a black woman. She was a socialite in Chicago, prominent attorney, and she was friends with one of my cousins in Chicago. And so we had this upscale singles event. She used to sponsor these events for like professional single black men and women. And she comes to me and she says, "So you're Alan Roger Currie, so and so's cousin, right?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "I heard you got this ebook called Mode One." I said, "That would be correct." And she said, "I haven't read it, but from what I hear about it, you must be really just shallow." I said, "I love you too." And she giggled. She said, "No, really, I heard the book is just all about teaching men how to get more pussy, as if there needs to be a book about that." I said, "Well, you already admitted that you didn't read it. So don't you think you're being a bit judgmental about a book you ain't read yet?" She said, "Well, I can know just from what your cousin told me." I said, "Well, he probably didn't give you all the details." Anyway, long story short, she says, I make a deal with her. I said, "Okay, I know you sponsor these events and you got a little website. I'm going to let you read my ebook for free. I give you 3 or 4 weeks to complete it. And if you still feel like it's just all about teaching men how to get some pussy, then you got my permission to dog me out on your website. But I said, if you think it goes a bit deeper than that, then you got to help me market it." And she said, "Okay." Now I gave her 3 weeks to read it. She actually read it in 2 nights. And she gushes over it. She says, "Oh, Ellen, this book. Wow, you're right. This book is very layered. I loved it." And she said, "I want to invite you to do a speaking engagement at my next event." So it ends up being like about 40 black women, about 25 black men. Now, on paper, who would you think I would have the highest percentage of haters and critics from?
Women?
Well, y'all sounded like y'all don't agree with that, but I just thought I did. I thought probably at least half the women was going to be critical of it. And like 90% of the dudes was going to be like, "Yeah, this is what I'm talking about." But you know, it was just the opposite. Like 95% of the women love my speaking presentation. I had a handful that criticized my Mode 1 hardcore version of Mode 1. But they like standard Mode 1, Mode 1.5, but they were just critical of Mode 1 hardcore. But other than that, they love Mode 1. But at least a third of the guys did. Like this one guy in particular, I've told this story about Channel. He's a tall brother, about 6'4". He came up to me. He was like, I would describe him as half middle class professional type brother, but half street nigga type brother. And he was like, man, he had this little friend, this short friend. And his friend would repeat everything he said. He said, "Hey man, so your name Alan Roger Currie?" I said, "That would be true." He said, "Man, everybody know, man, I'm Chicago's top pimp and player." Then his little friend said, "Yeah, he's Chicago's top pimp and player." And he said, "Man, you gonna fuck up the game with this honesty shit." Then the little dude was like, "Yeah, you gonna fuck up the game, man. You gonna fuck up the game. This honesty shit." And Me and him almost got into it because he was like, man, the reason why I'm a top pimping player is because I'm fucking like 10 women, but all 10 women think they my only lover. I said, nigga, you ain't no player then. That ain't no player. A player is a brother who's fucking 10 women and all 10 women know he got other fuck buddies.
That's facts. That's facts.
That's a true player. I've done a couple videos on my YouTube channel telling guys this because some guys think if you just fucking no, if you're fucking 5 different women, but each of those 5 women think they're your girlfriend, you ain't don't ever call yourself no motherfucking player or no pimp. You ain't no player nor no fucking pimp. Again, a true player is a guy that got 5 fuck buddies. And all of his fuck buddies, in some cases, they might know the names and faces of your other fuck buddies. And at minimum, even if they don't know them or have seen them, they know you have other fuck buddies.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you can call yourself a player. But anyway, the story was, I was like, damn, I got more brothers at this event hating on me than the sisters. But the interesting thing is, that's how it's been all the last few years. And that's why I told Melody, and I appreciate you 2 ladies joining us, but I told Melody, I said, I ain't want no dudes jumping up on the panel. Because I ain't going to say all the guys on YouTube. Obviously, I got my followers and supporters and guys who love my videos and whatnot. So I do have a group of guys who do support me. But, man, there's so many motherfucking male haters on this damn black YouTube shit. It just trips me out because a lot of guys they don't want to be honest with y'all. They want to play them games.
Yeah, I see Chaos Rain is in the back. He doesn't want any men up. Chaos Rain. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Chaos. I'm familiar with Chaos, but yeah, I this is actually the second time. Well, technically third. Because this is only my 4th interview I've done with a black female YouTuber since I've been on YouTube. I did one with this woman named Irene Yvette. I don't know if you're familiar with her.
I've heard of her. Yeah.
But I had the same stipulation with her. I've done 2 interviews with Sister George and Concrete Rose. One of those 2 interviews, I didn't allow any men to come to the open panel. But the second one, I did. And this one, because, they just... Because I know usually guys come up to hate. There might be some guys that genuinely come up and ask me, a genuine good question. But more often than not, guys just come say something like, oh, man, more woman ain't shit. It don't work if you ain't good looking, and blah, 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 blah. I ain't got time for that shit.
So, ARC, if you don't mind me asking this, how do you feel about women being in the manosphere?
Women being in the manosphere? I mean, well, that's an interesting question. Well, I'll say it's clever of you to word it like that. Because the similar question I've been asked, Alan, what do you think about women being a part of black YouTube? And that's what I easily answer. Shit, YouTube, who said YouTube was for men? So YouTube is a space for both genders. Now, when you specifically ask me, should women be welcome in the manosphere? Well, I'll be honest, technically that defeats the purpose. See, I'm one of the guys who've been around the manosphere longer, I would say arguably, than anybody on YouTube. Any content you can think. I'm considered in the worldwide manosphere, I'm considered one of the pioneers and founders of the worldwide manosphere.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, because I've been around since 1999 was when I first started posting on various message boards, discussion forums, blog sites. Because my first version of Mo 1 came out, I published that about 2 weeks before Memorial Day weekend in 1999. And starting with that on, I was probably the most well-known black person in the worldwide manosphere for the first few years. When nobody,
wow.
The person who came somewhat close second would be a guy named Tariq Nasheed. But everybody was familiar with me. Anyway, what I was going to make is the point that, see, the original manosphere, the whole purpose of it was so men could talk about issues relevant to actually various aspects of life, not just specifically their dating life, but that was the most prominent one. But it can be related to their career, health and fitness. And the main objective, why they call it the manosphere, is that they didn't want interference from women. They felt like women would come and try to influence their opinions, influence their beliefs, and whatnot. So they wanted a blog where only men. But see, it was hard to police it. Like one of the first sites I got on where there was controversy was this site called AskMan.com. Years ago they took away their message boards, but they used to have arguably the most popular discussion forums on the internet for dating and relationships. So they had like 1 million unique visitors each month. And I used to post on there. And as the title indicates, it was called Ask Men. It was mainly designed for men to come and ask other men advice on dating and marriage and whatnot. But because on the internet, you can't tell whose username, what's the gender behind the username, you had women that infiltrated the message boards and discussion forums. And it caused a lot of controversy. A lot of men would get pissed. They would be like, man, we want to be here talking amongst ourselves. We don't want you bitches here trying to. And in their defense, a lot of women would. A lot of women would try to interject their own opinions.
Yeah, I get
You
it.
know, like
Yeah.
I'll give you a good example with me would be, I just mentioned that when my objective is casual sex, I don't believe in dates. The only women I've ever taken out on dates is women that I looked at as long-term girlfriend material or a future wife material, like my current wife. I took her out on some dates. But if I know for a fact that all I want from a woman is casual sex, I don't do dates until after we fuck. Never before we fuck. I don't do dates until after we fuck. And I might not even do it then. So when I would mention that on AskMan.com, women say, oh no, that's not the way to do it. Don't listen to Alan. Yeah, surely you should take a woman out on at least 5 dates before you even bring up the subject of sex. And see, guys didn't like that type of shit. They'd be like, hey, why are you here? You ain't even supposed to be on this discussion forum.
But
That's for men.
a date could be a walk in the park, right? No?
Technically good. Yeah, you can have a date that doesn't
Walk
involve
or
money.
something like that.
Yeah.
Picnic, right? A nice picnic.
If I'm gonna walk
Yes,
in the park with a
I'm
woman,
doing the picnic thing.
if I'm gonna walk in the park with a woman, I'm gonna just be talking dirty to her and get her to play with a pussy in the park. Yeah. I ain't gonna be walking in a park talking about, hey, so what's your favorite movie? Oh, good. Did you ever watch like Friends?
Oh my gosh.
Hilarious.
Mode 1.
Oh, I like that. Say that again.
Say it again.
Oh, mode 1.
That's my thing, Sexy Red. Say it again. I like that.
I think I said enough.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. I just found out all 3 of your books are on Audible. So I will be listening to those.
No, you said 3. I got 4 audiobooks.
4?
Yeah,
Then maybe I missed one. Maybe I missed it.
Well, 2. There's 2. You probably, if you listen to
it was
conversation.
mode 1 and the possibility of sex.
No, the 2 that women enjoy is Mode 1 and Ooh Said Again.
Yes.
Particularly Ooh Said
I'm
Again.
sorry about that. Yes, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Mode 1
Yeah.
and Ooh Said Again are the female fan favorites.
Okay.
Women don't like possibility of sex is me calling you women out on not all women. There's some women who are non-manipulative, but most women have manipulative tendencies, and so possibly sex is me. Oh, this takes me back to a question I don't think I've answered, Melody, and I'm sorry, but I'll answer now. Speaking of possibility of sex, you said, what are the 5 women you tell men to stay away from? And that's in both no free attention and the possibility of sex. And that would be materialistic gold digger types, man thieves. Now, I'm going to expound on that one a bit because some people don't know that just on title. What's a man thief? There's some women that have a knack for going after guys who already have a woman.
A good example of that would be Portia from Atlanta Housewives.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly.
I've heard that name. I'm not really familiar with
I don't condone that at all.
I've ran across women like that.
I
There's
think
some women
that
that
is
are
some
like
low. That's like the low. That's some low down stuff right there.
that. And here's
And
what they do.
some women get off on it.
Oh yeah, big time, big time. That's
Big
what I
time.
explained in this chapter.
And then once they get the man, they get what they want. They leave him.
Yeah, see, well, you done damn near told my whole chapter now. People ain't gonna want to read it. But real talk, that's the one chapter I am willing to expand on. That is basically what happened. Yeah, there's some women that if you're a guy that's single, they'll be like, not interested. But that same guy that they might have previously said not interested, soon as that guy becomes engaged, they'll be like, oh.
Hey, big head, how you doing?
What's up? How you doing? Have you ever seen me in this lingerie before? And then next thing you know, Child's like, oh, baby, I always wanted that pussy. Damn, I always wanted it. Well, you could get it, but you are engaged now, though. That would be cheating, but I mean, I do got some good pussy, though. Next thing you know, she gets him to fuck her. She finds a way to get his fiance to find out. She's like, what? You slept with that bitch? Then now there, and then he's thinking she gonna be there for him. She's like, oh nigga, I don't want you.
Like a praying mantis.
So that's my second category of women I tell guys avoid, the man thieves.
Mm-hmm.
Third would be just women who are what I call spoiled, mentally and emotionally unstable drama queens. Yeah, women that are likely to transition into what I call a psycho bitch.
Oh.
She seemed normal for like 3 weeks straight. All of a sudden, you can do something trivial like drink her last can of soda. She'd be like, "Yo, nigga, did you drink my last soda?"
Y'all been sharing food and everything for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I drank it. I didn't think it was no big deal. No, motherfucker. Did she grab a knife? And you're like, holy shit, man, this all over a soda? Like, I will stab you. You drink another soda, man. And then you like standing there,
oh, what is that?
I might get crime in the background.
Yeah, I hear it.
So that's third. And then fourth is what I refer to as a closet misandrist. For those, most people know in the chat room know what that is, but
a man hater.
That don't is a misandrist is to a woman what a misogynist is to a man. In the same way, misogynist is a man who's a woman hater. Although I like to clarify, sometimes a person of your own gender can be those two things too. Like a woman can sometimes be a misogynist if she hates all members of her own gender. Just like a man, a lot of like male feminist types can be misandrous if they hate all other men. But usually it's a member of the opposite sex. But yeah, misandrous is, like you said, a man hater. And here's what some women do. A closet misandrous is a woman that really doesn't like men, but at the same time, she wants some babies. So what she'll do is she'll pretend for a few weeks or a few months like she's into you. She'll seem like a regular woman. And then once you get her pregnant, she'd be like, okay, you're dismissed. And you'd be like, wait, I love you. Get out of my face. I don't like you fucking punk ass man. Get out of here. What? You mean I love you and I bought you this house? Yeah, that's right. I'm taking this house. Motherfucker, I don't like none of you men. All you men are scum of the
my God.
Yeah, as Claus and then the final category is simply liar, cheater, adulterer. Liar, cheater, adulterer. And so those are 5 general women in both possibility sex and no free attention that I tell men to don't. I try to give them the signs of each one so that they can pick up on the signs early.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Later. Because you don't want to be in a long-term relationship with either one of those 5 women.
I wouldn't even want to be.
So, ARC, may I ask for you to expound upon one? So I've heard a lot of talk when the men come in the section, they talk about gold diggers and things like that. So how would you advise a man to be able to tell the difference between a woman who's a gold digger and one that wants to make sure if she builds a family, her man has financial means?
That's a good question. It's a great question, but I'm reluctant to answer it because I'm a book author, I don't like to give too much because then people won't be motivated to get my book. But yeah, there's ways you can tell the difference. I'll tell you just one kind of general, simple way with gold diggers. Number one, for starters, the most savvy gold diggers are the women that are in the early stages going to try to present themselves as anything but. Now, there's some women that are open with it, like most sugar baby types, women who are sugar babies and got a sugar daddy. Those are the type of women that tell you up front that, hey, if you ain't talking about putting no money in my bank account, we ain't nothing happening. Whereas a more savvy gold digger, like let's say a guy was to say, hey, honey, you've charged up a lot on the credit card. Oh, baby, what are you suggesting? That I just want you for you? Don't be silly, Herbert. I love you. You're intelligent. You have great morals and values. Do you know how many rich men I could have been with? Do you think your Bugatti is what got me to be in a relationship with you? No, silly. I could care less about your private jet. That doesn't mean anything to me. It's you, really. So you really love me like for me? Sure I do. All those trips you take me on, that doesn't mean anything without you. And then the guy's like, damn, she really loves me and shit. Sexy Red know what I'm talking about. She was on that show with Bernard, that dude, that old man.
What I do? All I did was call to say something nice. That's
Dude was
all I
always
did.
talking, pouring his heart out, talking about how he didn't play about women, and then Sexy Red comes with her avatars with them big ass talking about. Hi, Theo.
Actually changed my avatar for
Hi,
that.
Theo. I want to tell
Hi, I just wanted to say that you're a strong man. Well, he has been through a lot, and I felt bad. You know what I mean? So
Wait,
I
you
did
had
feel-
more titties out?
No, I had a hold on. Let me see if I can change it. No, let me see.
I'm sorry, I had to be blunt.
I was cracking the fuck up. She was almost similar to what I was just describing.
This is the one I had. This is my professional one.
She was like, Theo, I want to just let you know.
I just wanted to say hi.
If I was to meet you and date you, you're $50,000 a month.
I was not putting my bid in. If I would have, I would have cammed up. I would have gave him my number, tried to get his email. I would have talked. I wouldn't even said that.
Yeah.
If I want a man, I know how to get one.
You don't look your age at all.
I get that a lot. I get that a lot. A whole lot.
How old are you, Sexy Red?
I'm 38.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. You look hella good for 38.
Right.
Thank you.
Now,
A lot of makeup. It's makeup, filters, and sometimes a wig. No, just joking.
Queen, going back to your question, though, and here's what I generally
I'm going to have to cam up one day.
I don't want to.
That's funny.
I was saying I don't want to give too many details because I want people to buy my book, but part of your question was, what's the distinction between, say, a gold digger and a woman just wants a genuine guy that's going to be, financially responsible and blah, 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 is that number one, if a woman got her own, I always say, if a woman says that she wants you to be making, say, 200 grand a year, but shit, she making 175 grand a year herself, that ain't gold digging. That's just a woman who wants somebody on her level.
Yes. There's a
so that's number one. So I've heard guys sometimes call one gold digger simply because they had standards for what they wanted out of a man, but the woman was making big money herself. I don't consider that a gold digger. That's just a woman looking for a dude that's on her level. A lot of women, they don't want to take care of a nigga.
And then you have men that if they take you to get a Happy Meal, then you're a gold digger too.
I hate that. Now, I said on a recent video, there's some women that also who might not be banking themselves, but if you as a man, and there's a lot of men in this category, including myself, if you as a man want a woman to be a housewife and a stay-at-home mother to your children, then you got to come with some bank. I mean, I wouldn't consider that woman either as a gold digger because she's sacrificing her own career pursuits to
That
stay
is
at
a
home
great
with your
point.
child and have
That
it
is a
to
great
your
point.
child. So you should be offering something, and that's what I wanted. I didn't want a wife who was super ambitious and wanted, some kind of ambitious career of her own. I know some guys like that, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's your thing. But I wanted a woman who was going to be a housewife and a stay-at-home mother, and that's what my wife is. So, I had to come with a certain level of income for that. So she works for me, and it's great because the fact, honestly, that she works for me, her whole salary, I can write that off. That's a tax write-off. So that helps me out, gives me a tax break. Because the salary I pay my wife, I can just write. Because see, that's one thing for you solopreneurs, I'm sure you already know. When you're an entrepreneur in general, in particular a solopreneur, you gotta find ways to spend money. you can't be cheap, because when tax time come around, if you ain't got enough business expenses to write off, oh man, you're gonna have a big motherfucking tax bill. That could be another show for another day. But shit, I don't like paying the IRS shit if I can help it. But that's so. Yeah, that's so. But yeah, again, the most savvy gold diggers is the ones that's gonna always reassure them. And they can be like, Henry, I'd be like, sexy rich. She's like, Theo, I just wanted to. You're so charming and intelligent.
I was not my best self this morning, and I do apologize to Theo. I was not my best self. I apologize. That was not cool.
Somebody mentioned topping from the bottom. You see, this is how she'll start the topping from the bottom. For those in the chat room, that's a BSM term. So here's what topping from the bottom is.
I'm too vanilla. I don't know what these terms BDSM. I don't even know what it means.
The BDSM is just simply an acronym for
beating, sex, domination,
and erotic submission. It's actually
what's the M come from?
B is for bondage. Oh. D stands for both domination and discipline.
No. Oh.
The S stands for submission and sadomasochism, sadism, and M stands for masochism.
Yeah, I'm vanilla because that's really all I know. Somebody said, "Oh, you're vanilla," and I was like, "Yeah, I am vanilla."
A sadist and a masochist is an extreme form of a dominant and a sub. Like when you're a sadist, not only do you want to dominate someone, you want to disrespect them, humiliate them. But it's not mean-spirited, because your companion, if you're a sadist, would be a masochist. And a masochist loves to be like humiliated, verbally disrespected, verbally abused, in some cases physically abused. So yeah, but here's topic from the bottom. I wrote an article for O'Shea Duke Jackson, if you're familiar with him. He has a site called the Negro Manosphere. And I wrote an article once talking about the 4 types of submissive women. There's 4 general types of submissive women.
Only 4? I feel like there should be more.
Well, there could be if you want to be nitpicky. Generally speaking, there's 4 types of, and that would be a natural sub, a resistant sub, a reluctant sub, and a defiant sub. And I'll give the gist of each. A natural sub is a woman that I wouldn't have to train her to be my submissive. If she finds me physically attractive and sexually appealing, she's just going to naturally submit to me. So like the moment I say, call me sir, she's going to say, yes, sir.
I think a lot of men want that and they can't get that. And that's what frustrates them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah. Now, I would say in the article, I said the one possible downside of the natural sub, if you run across a natural sub and you're in the BDSM lifestyle, I was mentioning earlier with Melody that about like dungeon parties. If a woman's just your sub and not your slave, if she goes to a natural sub, if she went to like a dungeon party and she ran across a guy who she was more physically attracted to than you, and that guy was more alpha, more dominant than you, there's a high potential she might leave your ass for him. because she's just a natural sub. So she gets turned on by the ultra dominant motherfucker. Um, Resistance sub is a woman that you usually not going to dom in your very first conversation, very first social interaction. So when you try to dom a resistance sub, at minimum, it's going to take you probably about 3 conversations. The first 2, she's going to resist you. She's going to be like, no, you better not. I don't just submit to anybody. And then by say, a week into your social interactions or 2 weeks into your social interactions, she calling you sir, daddy, and you own her. A reluctant sub is gonna give you the most shit. You come at her trying to dom her, say in the first conversation, she's gonna be like, nigga, what? Nigga, are you serious? I don't call nobody sir but my dad. And I barely call him sir. You better step back. She's gonna shit test you. She's seeming like she's not interested in submitting you, but she's really testing you to see, are you really a dominant alpha or are you pretending to be? And she knows how to distinguish between the two. And if she knows you a faker, she's going to not only not submit to you, but she's going to try to proceed to try to verbally emasculate you, tear you to pieces. But if she's convinced that you are a genuine dominant alpha, it's going to be interesting. And there's women in my verbal seduction stories who did this. She's going to do a 180. She'll go from giving you a bunch of shit to just almost becoming your personal sex slave. That happened actually. If you get said again, I get at least 2, if not 3. Verbal seduction story number 1, that happened with me. Another verbal seduction story is verbal seduction story number 5. The woman started out basically as a reluctant sub, but then once I broke her, she did a 180. Now I'm getting to the one related to Queen Q's question in the back chat. A defiant sub is a woman that technically is not a sub at all, but she has Meryl Streep acting abilities and she knows how to act submissive. So there's a difference between being submissive and acting. So here would be the difference between time from the bottom and just let's say a man was in a relationship with a woman who was a true dominant female. She might say, Henry, come over here, you punk. And he's like, yes, ma'am, what can I do for you, mistress? She's like, I'm out of money in my bank account. You better have $2,500 in my checking account tomorrow morning. And she slaps him viciously on his face. She said, you understand that? He's like, yeah, mistress. I have $2,500. Versus a defiant sub would never talk to a guy in the time. She'd be like, hey, Henry, God, you look so good in that suit as you're about to go to work. God, you're so handsome. And your dick is, God, you gotta have the biggest cock I've ever seen in my life. Your cock is so big. Hey, Henry, I'm out of money in my bank account. Can you, be a good boy and just put some money in there, like $2,500? Then she's rubbing all on his chest and shit on his face. And she's like, God, Lee, you're so sexy. God, yeah, put that money in my account, though, okay? And he's like, oh, yeah. Hey, call me Big Daddy. Yeah, Big Daddy. You know you're my Big Daddy. Just like Sexy Red was like, Theo, you know you're Big Daddy. Yeah. Big Daddy.
You said that, Sexy Red?
Absolutely. Gotta get, city girls gotta get the bag.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
No, but when women do that, you can't just do that with anyone. You can't just accept money from anyone. That's how you end up getting hurt. Like you touched on that earlier. Because some men will give you their last, and you can't, and you play with their emotions, and you can't play with men's emotions like that.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
In the same way I talk about in Possibly Sex and No Free Attention, one of the women I talk about is women who are potentially mentally and emotionally unstable. I've always told women that there's an equal, if not greater amount of guys in society that are mentally and emotionally unstable. Yeah, and like you just said, if you're a woman and you toy with a guy who's mentally, he's gonna snap.
He gonna snap. He will. You can't, and you can't hit. I don't know. And females, I don't know why they think they can hit on men now. That's not cool. And don't think they'll snap. It's just a lot of, I don't understand it at all.
See, I'm from that Chris Rock school. I don't know if you heard Chris Rock's comedy bit where he said, Chris Rock does it. He said, I've never hit a woman. I would never hit a woman, and I never have. I would never, ever hit a woman. Never. Then he paused. He said, but I shake the shit out of him. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Listen, if a woman is man enough to put her hands on a man, she can get slapped.
That's right.
I agree.
I agree.
I totally agree.
And if it's one thing I can say to my men, please start reporting these women.
Please put that paperwork on their ass.
Start reporting it so that way the statistics, when y'all go to argue that, the statistics are in y'all favor. Stop.
Oh, you know that just happened, Queen. You know that just happened.
A lot of men do not report.
There's a NFL quarterback named Dwayne Haskins, and his wife physically assaulted him, actually broke one of his teeth. And instead of hitting her back, he used some discipline. He didn't hit her back, but he reported her. He called the police. He gave a police report. She ended up in jail. But yeah, she got real violent with him, started hitting him and shit. Again, she knocked out one of his teeth. I was like, damn, violent ass bitch. Yeah, I agree with you, Melanie. If a woman gonna be, I actually created a controversy on Facebook a few years ago because speaking of NFL, there was this NFL player named Ray Rice who knocked out his fiance at the time in an elevator and drug her out. So all these women, all my female Facebook friends was dogging him out, and saying he should be locked up for life and all this stuff. But around the same time, Beyonce's sister assaulted Jay-Z. And I said, y'all didn't say shit about that.
Yep, she sure did, Solange.
She sure did.
Jay-Z didn't respond, but I said some other nigga would have knocked her Solange would have knocked her the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have been in the right to do so. And of course, we were like, well, no, it's different with the woman. It's different.
You know what's crazy? Crazy though? She wouldn't have went to jail. I mean, she didn't go to jail for hitting him, but he went to jail for hitting her. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know. The thing is especially with young Black men, when they're younger, most of them experience some type of physical abuse. And then let's say they grow up and a woman hits him in a manner that he has like muscle memory and he just like freaks out. You can't hit on men like that. You just can't hit men. You shouldn't put your hands on nobody, period. But you never know what somebody's background is or what they've been through.
Exactly.
So I've never put my hands on a man. I feel like if I'm at that point, then we don't need to be together, period.
Exactly. That's what I've always said. To me, if a relationship escalates to the point of physical violence, then that's what's known simply as a toxic relationship, and you don't need to be in it.
I'm not trying to go to jail over no man.
Now, the one exception I would give related to my BDSM talk, now there's some people who are in what's known as a sadist, masochistic BDSM relationship, and women who are masochists, they like to have their ass whooped by a man, and similarly, a man who's a masochist, he wants a woman. Like there's videos on the internet of men who are masochists that allow women to take the heel of them high heel pumps and just punch them in the testicles. And I'm like, okay, if that's your fetish.
Oh my God, that is a thing? Like they pay people to do that?
That's a fetish for some guys. They like to have their testicles attacked and punched.
Wait a minute. I think I am in the wrong business. The wrong business, guys.
They get paid for beating a man up?
They do.
Oh, speaking of that, and Queen, since she asked about Tom from the Bottom, she might be familiar with this. But check this out. Right before I left LA to come back to the Midwest, I was reading the LA Times one day, and there was this interesting story about this woman who was down on her luck. She had lost her job. She was about to be evicted from her apartment, and she saw an ad for a woman who was a dominatrix, was ready to retire, but she wanted to train a protege to take over the business. And so she answered, and she went through like a 6 month training with this other dominatrix, and then she took over the business herself. And so they were interviewing her, and it was interesting. She was saying, it relates to Melody when I was talking about on my end dealing with that judge. They said, "What's the most interesting thing about your work?" She said, sometimes I pinch myself because I can't believe I'm getting paid $125,000 a year to treat men like shit. She said, it just blows my mind that, and here's what she said specifically, it is, again, this relates to what I was saying about this judge I dealt with in phone sex. She said, the most interesting thing about my job? She said, about 85% of my clients are men, 15% are women. And she said, most of the men who are my clients, in their normal everyday life, they're actually in jobs of authority. Like some of them are police officers, some of them are CEOs of their own corporations or owners of their own companies. Some of them are bodybuilders, but she had this term that I was first familiarized from this article. She said they need to be balanced out. They feel guilty. They feel like they've dominated so many people and treated so many people like shit.
Oh my God,
that they need a woman like me to balance them out. And so she said, yeah, I make a wonderful living just treating them like I piss on them. Sometimes I defecate on them.
Oh my God, ew.
And she said,
I didn't know it went that far. I was interested in walking in heels on their back.
She said, I slap them.
You said 6-figure, 120.
At that time, this was 2000. This is summer 2000. She said
it doesn't pay to be good. It doesn't.
Grand.
It doesn't pay to be good, ladies.
But again, I experienced that on the female end, because some of my female phone sex clients were women who normally in their everyday life were bosses of people, owners of companies. In one case, a woman was a judge. But what made them come is me talking to them like they was just two-bit whores. I'd be like, yeah, start playing with that pussy, you no good bitch. And they'd be like, call me that again. I'd be like, you no good bitch. If I was in your face, I'd slap the shit out of you, you stupid bitch. They'd be like, oh shit, I'm about to come. Call me a stupid bitch again. I mean, like, you stupid fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up when daddy talking to you. And they would just come so hard. They would come hard than a motherfucker with me, just scolding them, talking to them like they were a piece of shit. But that's what they wanted. Because they were used to guys in their normal life saying, hey, Mrs. So-and-so, God, it's great weather, isn't it? Wow, yeah, you look so beautiful today. Yeah, you're so together. See, all that flattery, yeah, that makes them feel warm and fuzzy, but that don't leave the pussy tingling.
This isn't for everybody, guys. This is just for certain types of women.
Yeah, certain types. So I saw Melody sign. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I don't normally do no 3-hour, 4-hour interviews. So Melody, again, I must like you more than I thought I did.
Well, I really appreciate you. This was a great interview. I love it. Like, thank you, everybody. Sexy Red, drop your link, Sexy Red, so people can follow you. Queen,
thank you.
You're welcome. Drop your link, Queen. These ladies have channels, so make sure you guys subscribe. Also, subscribe to ARC as well. I'm losing my voice. Sorry, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe to everybody on the panel. Buy ARC's books. Any final words to ARC ladies?
Thank you for having the panel and getting a different point of view. That was like super, super insightful. I'm not even gonna front. Like, that made me sit there and be like,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate that feedback, and I enjoyed talking to both you ladies. And see, Melody, this is what I'm talking about. I didn't have to deal with nobody. Not saying that all the brothers who would have came up would have been antagonistic. It might have been a couple brothers that might have been supportive and asked me some good questions. But knowing the nature of Black YouTube, a lot of brothers, man, they come up on when it comes to open panel. and be like, yeah, so man, what makes you so special and shit, ARC and shit? Yeah, man, you know, man, I bet I can have phone sex better than you and shit, motherfucking shit, pretty boy, nigga. Fuck you, man. And you know, I'm just tired
You
of that.
really think they would have been like that?
Oh, you must ain't been studying me on YouTube. Like,
Yeah.
every time I've been on Bernard Riley's, because he's done like
It's
3
like blood
one-on-ones.
in the water.
It was usually a mix
Oh
on
my
Bernard. Like when he would
Yeah.
open up the panel, I'd say about maybe 50% of guys would be cool, ask me genuinely good, intelligent, objective questions. But then the other 40 to 50% of the guys would be combative and disrespectful and hating, and you know, they end up saying something trying to hate on me. Like you had a couple guys in your chat room earlier today. Some dude kept saying AMS is Alphabet Strategies is better than ARC, and he sells more books than ARC. I'm like, nigga, why you here? Why the fuck are you here?
I mean, but if you didn't have haters, you wouldn't be doing anything right.
That's what that's a good for my brother. Whenever he sees my older brother sees me get frustrated, he say, bro, man, I hate to say this, but you ain't really made it until you got hundreds, if not thousands of haters, man. And I always say, okay, touche, okay, all right. But anyway, I appreciate the interview. Yeah, so here's what I say. My main website is directapproachdating.com. That's my main website. Since I've been talking a lot about...
Can you drop those links?
Say that again.
Can you drop those links? I'm sure you have a wrench.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, and you can put them in like in the comment section. I'll just send them to you.
Okay, you send them to me now?
I'll just send them to you, and then so yeah, thank you, Queen. Thank you. Now, see, I'm worried about your friend, Sexy Red. Well, I shouldn't. I'm worried about her. I'm worried about all the gullible Theos of the world. Like,
leave Theo alone. It is over. We don't talk about it no more. It is done. Once something's done, when I'm done with something, I'm done with it. You know what I mean? I don't like to keep rehashing on things that I didn't mean to do that. So, you know, it is what it is.
I got a best.
But I know. But ARC, I really respect you. Your work is fantastic and outstanding. Thank you so much for having me, Melody. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for
coming.
Queen.
Thank you.
So make sure you guys subscribe to everybody here. Make sure you subscribe. And thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, and subscribe to my channel if you're new. Make sure you hit the bell.
And if you don't subscribe, your hairline gonna get pushed back on Friday. Keep playing. When you go to the barber, watch Friday or Saturday.
Hit the subscribe button to everyone on the panel. Thank you for coming. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you so much.